Morning, y'all. Ain't it pretty? She's on the back of the truck. Doesn't matter. I can watch this anyways. Just wondering if it's gonna hurt my ass. I don't want a squirrel getting in there. Good morning, y'all. Hey, Hugo. I ain't even woke up yet, y'all. I woke up kind of late. My hair's getting on my nerves already. Oh my God, my hamstring. Oh yeah. Yes. There's stretch. Sore. Oh my God, this clip's broke. Y'all. It ain't it doesn't have any tooths. It's broke. Good morning, Shane. Good morning, y'all. I was trying so hard, it's broke. I think it'll go sideways. Hey. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get up off this ground though. I might have to go to the I guess I can just try. Go ahead and try it. Singing the same old sad song. Let's see if I can even get up. I'm stressed, but I really need to see if I can even get up. We're gonna be using a kettlebell. I gotta see how she does it. Oh shit. Yeah, that works. It's gonna hurt my ass, but it's okay. No pain, no gain. Sticks. Sticks. I need a broom. Who would have thought it? So low. It's the same song, the same old song. She had dumbbells. I thought she had a kettlebell. Damn it. do you do that? Girl, don't make me break my back. How she just sit down? You just, I guess so. I got up. I'm gonna try it without the weight, and then I'm gonna try it with the weight. Lord have mercy. It's one movement. It's a full body movement. She walks. So we're gonna start here. Oh. Down. I don't understand how she's getting up. I need to find the video. Unless she's throwing those weights out to push the momentum up. I mean, it is 16 pounds. I don't see how she's doing that. Oh, God, I'm so sore. Oh, I need to stretch. How is she getting up? I think I need 5. She's got 5s. These are 8s, which is almost double the pound. Welcome to the system, bitch. Please enjoy your stay. She's doing this motion with weights, but her hands never touch the ground. So imagine it without your hands touching the ground. You have free weights. How the hell is she getting up? How do you go from here? Okay, you got weights. How do you go from here to here? Great question. I can't figure it out. It's fine. That's how you learn new shit, is just by trying. I'll get it eventually. She actually goes from here to here without touching the fucking ground. Without touching the fucking ground. We'll get there eventually. I'm gonna start on RDLs if I can remember how to do them. I hate them. I don't like them. It's a hip hinge. I don't never feel them. We're gonna do Bulgarians. Don't see the point of those at all. Why not just do a squat? It's like you're doing a half-ass squat. Yeah, veto that. That's why I don't do them. The best thing to do is, for your glutes, are going to be hip thrust, RDLs. Hip thrust, RDLs. Squats. It's literally all you need. That's all you need. Yeah, I don't like them at all. I don't feel it at all. Never do. I mean, not unless I have like 100 pounds on the bar. If I have the deadlifting bar into them, yeah, I can feel it. But with a free weight like that, like a dumbbell or a little 15-pound kettlebell, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Can't feel a thing. Y'all, I'm supposed to be doing glutes today and I'm not into it at all. Not a zip zero. Zip zero. about to just do whatever the fuck I want. For the past week, my hair has really been getting on my nerves. It's getting so long that these clips don't hold it. And then if I start running, it just turns into like a bouncy ball on top of my head, beating me in the head as I'm running. Ouch. I haven't even had caffeine yet, so bear with me, please. I still got 300 milligrams to go before I'm all the way up. Yeah, veto that. It looked like a great idea. Maybe not on this ground. Maybe on the sand. When I find the video of how she did it, I'll get there. She does a lot of really cool shit. That was Kim Kardashian's personal trainer. She's a fucking millionaire now. Must be nice. Not Kim, the bodybuilder. I mean, Kim's a billionaire, so yeah. Ain't she? Listen, they're not my favorite people, but there's no denying that they fucking won. They're winning, okay? They're winning. I can't help it. I just seem to see the world different. In America, freedom ain't free. In America, there's people dying on the street. America. It does. This nation does hate itself. Great point, Tom. They do. Good morning. If I want, wondering if I want pre-workout covered in a little blood. Ouch. Jane might climb trees, but Jane ain't got feet for this ground. It hurts. I stepped on a stick. America. But I'm buck wild, round and mighty on the dirty south. Wood whip, I'm still gripping. Come from the bottom, nothing's a problem. I'm like bucket, I'm hot. 'Cause I'm a son of the dirty south. God. I'm right in the sun. It's too early. How much of this can I have? I wish I could have more. I'd go all the time. I never quit. Will you lick my finger? It's got this stuff on it. Stop being dirty. It's got this stuff under my nail. The pre-workout. I needed you to get that for me. Oopsie. Like how to miss. Y'all. It's like Little House on the Prairie. And then it's not. Is she in a wagon with horses? No. That stuff, it's getting heavy and it's getting on my nerves, and I ain't got no clip to keep it up, and then this one will give me a headache in 30 minutes. I'll have to take it down and let it breathe. No. Hell no, I didn't even start yet. I'm just trying to get warmed up. I wanted to try that move because it looks like so much fun. I think she is on a mat, and I think she has momentum. I think she is throwing her ass back and then bending back and then throwing her torso up to lift herself off the ground. That move that I was just trying to do. But you would have to have a cushiony surface for that. You're not going to be able to do that on concrete. You'll wake up with a bruised ass. Your tailbone will be raw. You can't do that. You got to be careful. Location is everything. Here, I'm just going to... Yeah, she's using those barbells to thrust her momentum off the ground from the laying position to the squatting position with the weights. Why did I touch it? Why did I touch it? Y'all, first of all, I'm in the woods. I'm always in the woods. I'm always in the woods. I'd rather be there than around society, because, you know, why would I want to be around them fuckers? Look at what they've done to me. Who wants to be around that? Good morning. We're going to throw down. There's a creature. Creature. I am a creature. Cheers, y'all. I have on a nicotine patch. Well, I did. There it is. But when I wake up, it's just habit, you know? Good morning. It's going to be 90 degrees here today. Hello. It's going to be 90 degrees to here today. All right, I'm going to start off like something. I'm going to stretch my hips. Stretching this calf. The farther up you can go, the better. Oh, I gotta straighten that leg up. It's supposed to be straight. Like, you know, listen. I ain't got no balance. Shut up. Oh, I'm out of breath. You'd be surprised, man, just lifting your leg. I used to couldn't do that. I used to couldn't even touch my feet or tie my shoestrings. I was over 200 pounds. I couldn't even walk up steps. You can really stretch that quad frontwards and then backwards. Ooh, putting my weight on my front foot. Try it again. Well, obviously I'm betterly coordinated on the right than the left, so even more reason to do it again. Ooh, yeah, that hamstring. Those bursts pushing it out is going to force all your weight on the opposite leg and stretch that hamstring. So when you're going like this, you're really stretching this leg. And when you get with the opposite, oh God, you can really feel it on the sides. It feels so good. To me now, we're afraid of hamstrings. This is really for like sciatica in the back. If you have back problems, this is what you need to be doing. I would recommend probably 5 to 10 times a day. Just drop down on the floor, honey. Stretch it out. In your office at work after lunch, drop down and stretch it out. You can really get in the hamstring. Usually sciatica is a pinched nerve, and it's usually coming from the hamstring to the back, but stretching out your hamstring will alleviate pressure on the sciatic nerve. They out here giving back surgeries for a 2-minute piece of advice. Your doctor won't tell you to stretch because he wants to sell you a back surgery in 5 years. He'll hop you up on pain management medications till he gets you there, get you good and strung out, when he could have just told you to do a clam stretch. Most people are having health problems because they don't take care of themselves. And then the obesity comes, and it's impossible. The biggest thing is going to be keeping your body moving in any capacity that's going to keep you younger. And you'd be surprised at how just a little bit of movement, going outside and walking, stretching in the house, you'd be surprised how that little bit of movement will motivate you for more movement. You'll start by walking, and then you'll be like, damn, I wonder if I can run. Before you know it, you're doing cross country in the woods, jumping over trees and shit. So you don't know until you get out there and try. I'm gonna do more push-ups because it's my favorite. It's my new favorite. I usually use this to catch me. This blanket's getting dirty, but it's okay. This little light of my calves are sore from yesterday. I did a calf workout on the beach. Yay. 140. It's hot already. Hey, there we go. I knew I had it. Damn, I need to go back the other way. It's alright. This little light of mine. Oh, there's a rocket. Hello, Rocket Man. Ow, my butt hurts. Ow. Damn rocks in my back. Rocket Man. Alright, get serious. Are her feet down or up? Her feet look crazy, Brooke. That's not a good reference photo, homie. Come on, girl. You're supposed to be teaching me how to work out. Your legs all crazy. Girl, you look like you was trying to bake a pretzel with your own legs. I don't know how my legs are supposed to be. I don't know if they're supposed to be up or down or crisscross applesauce or up my ass. I don't know. I don't know where they're supposed to be, so we're just gonna make it up as we go along, honey. Hers look kind of like this. And then she comes up with one arm. Oh, shit. All right, can you come back here and push me when I go up? Oh, shit. How was the ball? Oh, up. Oh, how does she do that? Oh, my God. Yeah, this is a sand workout. It's hurting my ass. Damn it. I want to do it, but it's hurt. Yeah, she's on a yoga mat. Of course she is. Okay. Somebody was asking me about the back of the tricep. Well, I don't know what that's called. I don't know. I just know when it goes like that, that's a sign of muscle. So that's good. I used to think that was fat. It's not. I had some bitch at the bar say that to me. I was like, yeah, I used to weigh 200 pounds. And she's like, yeah, I can tell by your arm. She's like, no, bitch, you're being stupid right now. So, but if you want to target that part, and you can see my muscle right there. You want to target that part? We're going to go back. We're going to do some of these. So I'm going to learn these. You see that muscle? That's not fat. Modern misconception, when your arm looks like that, it's fat. Yeah, there's a little fat there. But it's when you're flexing and then the muscle in the back. It's just, it doesn't matter how much you tone it up. It's always going to look like that. Because it's supposed to look like that. It's supposed to look like that. So it's always going to look like that. If you focus on that area, that is just going to get bigger. So, but back. My arms have become, I used to hate my arms. They're one of my favorite parts of my body now. I can't wait till I can put them to use. I'm joking. Ah! Maybe it'll be in a boxing ring. Who knows? Who knows what the next 10 years is going to bring? All right, so these are the tricep kickbacks. I'm going to do a bunch of those. I said, I know this bitch didn't try to insult me. She did. And one of them backhanded comments. It's because she's ignorant and she was damn 300 pounds, doesn't realize the difference between healthy and not healthy. You know what I mean? Anyways. Funny, right? So I think they were leaned over a little bit and they were just, I'm gonna try to lift them more. It's gonna be a tricep workout. I honestly don't feel anything, but sometimes you have to go through a few sets to start feeling it, like the shrugs. It's a great time to make adjustments. Move your arms to the left or right to see where it's really firing. Like right now I'm pulling them in. I can really feel it firing. Now I've got them more away, not so much. So when you're doing this and it's new, move around a little bit with your placement to see where you feel the firing of the muscle. And that's going to probably indicate how you're supposed to do it properly. See, now I'm feeling it. I'm pushing them in. See how I'm bringing them kind of slightly together? I'm assuming from the feeling, it feels like I'm bringing them all the way together, honey. But when I pull them farther apart, I don't feel it as much. It's when I lock it in and pull them closer. that I can really feel that tricep firing. Oh, God. Those work. Now I need 10s for this. It's just like a shoulder press move. I want to really focus on abs today. That's what I was supposed to be doing. Abs and glutes. This ain't rap, this ain't money, cause I'm close. We ain't trying to overdose. Cheers. Yeah, more weight, less reps. You can get it all in like 3 reps. For sure. You gotta be about to die. No. You gotta like definitely be sweating. You gotta put some weight on there to have some resistance. Alright, I saw this other one. I'm gonna do butterfly kicks. I got the facts. Don't be a WAP. I still can't believe Ben Shapiro sang last year. No one knows who you are. Keep hating on me, and how'd she do it? I just did this for fun. I don't know how she did it. Ooh, that hurts my back. Y'all. You defunded the police. Now there's no one to protect you. Damn it. I don't... Oh, was it overhead? I think it was. Ooh. My form is horrible. Shut up. You come do it. First of all, my ass hurts still. I don't remember how she was doing it. Ow. That's gonna flatten my ass. Oh my God, y'all, let me tell y'all something stupid that happened the other day. So this lady that has a channel, God bless her soul, it's about to be God rest her soul, because she's so fucking morbidly obese, she starts trying on clothes, right? Then she makes content talking about how she can't fit into nothing. And she goes into the fitting room and she gets the biggest size on the shelf and then proceeds to put it on when she's like a 5X and does not realize it. They really out here feeling some type of way over clothing sizes because they're getting so big that it makes them insecure, even more insecure when they go to shop for clothes. You did that to yourself. No one feels bad for you when your fat ass doesn't fit on a plane. Nobody feels bad for you when your fat ass doesn't fit in clothes. You chose to do that to yourself. You chose to do that to yourself. I do have a job. This is my job. Thanks for supporting. So you chose to do that to yourself. And listen, let me tell you something. It's a slow progression to 300 pounds, honey. A slow progression. The first 50, 60, sure, that's shocking. But the other 200 that you put on, unnecessary. And you knew that that was happening. You chose to let that happen. It's not like you just wake up one morning and you're the blueberry girl. No. That's a slow progression. That's years of eating poorly. Years of not moving your body. Years of choosing food over your health. What do people not get? Are we really at a place where we're willing to lie to people just to make them feel better? Because I'm not. I refuse. Lying to people, this body positivity movement, is why these girls are out here killing themselves, looking crazy at damn 20 years old. Do y'all know that 40%, 46% of adults are obese? Did you know that 60% are overweight? Do you know that the youth are too? And year after year, they're getting bigger and bigger. Let me make sure my numbers are right. I think we need to come back to a place where we bring normalcy back to this country. I thought it was going to happen, but it ain't happening quick enough for me. Let me tell you. You choose to be that big. And if you got a health condition that you know is going to make you bigger, then even more reason for you to be active and on a diet. But do you think that anyone does that? No, they just get mad when they go clothes shopping and they can't find nothing that fits because they need to go to a specialty store. They don't realize that they're 4X, 5X. They think they should fit in an extra large or an XX. It's like, bless your heart, honey. You got body dysmorphia in reverse. You see yourself better than what you should. It's wild. And they'll be dead by 50. You know how many TikTok stars died, YouTubers died last year from obesity? A lot of mukbangers, they die frequently. Every few months, there's another mukbanger that has been exploited by some platform for views that dies. Young people too, 29, 32. It's weird. Well, it's not weird. You are what you eat. I'm looking for these screenshots. The obesity statistics are wild. It was so mind-blowing. I know we've talked a little bit about it before. It was 40% are obese and 60% are overweight. But what was the men's category? Because the men weren't as big as the women. It's a female problem mostly. I mean, yeah, the men are big too, but not like the women. Oh, excuse me, y'all. And people get mad, so that's why they call me a racist. Yeah, absolutely. You say facts like, hypothetically, that black women disproportionately are the carriers of STDs, which is a proven fact, and they get mad and want to call you a racist. They don't like truth, honey. They don't like truth. They don't like facts. Remember, let's not forget that more people operate on feelings than they do facts. Remember that study that we saw the other day? Here it is. The prevalence of obesity in adults was 40%, and that was in August of 21. Now, this would have been at the beginning of the body positivity movement. Remember Lizzo? The prevalence was 39% in men and 41% in women. Now, that was in 2021. Give me a second. And actually, more than half of non-Hispanic black women, almost 60%, are obese. More than 1 in 6 non-Hispanic Asian women, 17%, and more than 2 in 5 Hispanic women, 43%, are obese. If you look out in society, that statistic rings true. If you get offended, then maybe you got, that's your subconscious saying, oh, maybe I do need to get my shit together and start eating better. Maybe stop giving my body around so I'm not passing around STDs. These statistics exist for a reason, because this is where the problems lie. Like, people take it so personal. They need to grow up. They need to grow up. 40% of women ages 18 to 44 were obese in 2022. So from 2023 to 2022, these numbers, y'all, they be lying about everything. Google don't want to tell us the truth because Google is bought and paid for. Okay? Bought and paid for. They have an agenda. Here it is. This is in. This makes more. Listen, it's confusing. So this number is from 2015. This is more the truth than the number from 2023 and 2021. And let me tell you why. Because of the Biden administration, they've doctored all numbers. I mean, everything you can think about has been doctored. If you go back and look at statistics from 2015 to 2018, things are good. Somewhere around 2019, right before COVID, shit gets crazy. They stopped all development, research, statistics, all of this stuff, all of these theories, theses, they were just forgotten about. And like the Biden administration took over and they have doctored everything in this country. Listen to this. Listen, I'll prove it. I'll prove it right here. 2015, the U.S., this is from 2015, from Medicine, Washington Education. In the U.S., nearly 75% of men and 67% of women 25 or older are overweight and obese, according to a new study from Washington University, July 1st of 2015. At this point, 67% of women and 75% of men. That actually, if you look out and just go take a gander, go to your local Walmart, go to a gas station, if you go out in society and look around, that statistic is more probable than not in today's time. But Google now says, as of September 24th of 24, Google claims that only 40% of females are obese and 39% of men. If you believe that, you're gullible, honey. Gullible as hell. We don't go from 67% in 2015. Up until this year, up until maybe September of last year, that's when this fitness, y'all notice everybody's getting into fitness, everybody's losing weight, everybody's going on Wegovy, everybody's got Ozempic. Y'all notice that? That really started last year, okay? The end of last year. All of a sudden, all of these celebrities, Lizzo, Jelly Roll, everybody started losing weight, right? But prior to that, after COVID, everybody put on weight. How do we go from 67% women, 75% men, overweight and obese in 2015 to a number that's half of that 8 years later, under the Biden administration, when we can clearly look out and see that people are struggling with their weight? It's all lies. Everything you read on there is fucking lies. They've destroyed everything. We have more people obese right now than ever before in this country. You can look out and see. I don't need a statistical study. You can look out and see that people are suffering. Why do you think they're so bitter? Why do you think they're so petty? Why do you think that they act like that? It's not hard. How many steps a day are you taking, Charles? How many steps did you take yesterday? How many steps did you take yesterday? Did you go outside for 2 or 3 hours as you should? Every person should be out here. Every person. Tell me how many steps you took yesterday. Then we'll talk about if it's hard for you to lose weight. Also, your diet yesterday. These things go hand in hand. What you are consuming dictates what you're going to look like and how easy or quickly you'll be able to lose weight. Your physical activity is 90% of it. Simply getting outside and walking. Come on, don't ignore me. It's not hard. I hear so many excuses. I'm almost 40 years old. Like, I'm not 20 years old. A lot of people say, oh, it's hard to lose weight, but they don't even go outside. They order DoorDash 2-3 times a day, sit home, watch TV all day. They don't go out and interject themselves into physical activity. And that's where it starts. Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me is my mental health. It's impacted my mental health so greatly. Y'all have seen how much progress I've made in the past 2 years because of it. Like, I went from completely being broken to semi-stable, you know? So, I'm grateful for that. Yeah, you need to be, if you're trying to lose weight, you need to be taking about 10,000 steps a day. If you're trying to maintain, you still need to be pushing out 2,000 to 5,000 a day, not including what you're working and living. So, like, getting outside for 45 minutes and getting in a few miles. But if you're trying to lose weight, you're gonna need you're gonna need to be hitting over that 10,000 mark. You need to get 10,000 or more to lose weight, and that's the thing. People don't want to do that. Some do. Down here, you see a lot of people out working out. I can't believe that Google lies like that, y'all. That is just. I wonder if I can find overweight and obesity statistics in America. That's crazy. How? Over 100 million adults in the United States are obese. 100 million. Virginia, Louisiana, and Arkansas have the highest rates of obesity. Gee, I wonder why. Do some sumo squats. I like to learn, but I like to move too. You got to move it, move it. CDC, the Biden administration controls all of that. Well, they did. God, my hair's hurting. You know, the YMCA is great for old people. There's tons of community there for old people that want to lose weight. They're very friendly there. And I think they give discounts too to elderly people. More than 2 in 5 adults. Okay, so say 3 out of 5, homie. Listen to this. More than 2 in 5 adults have obesity. So that's 3 out of 5. You see how they word things to make it seem not so bad? That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. They don't want to tell the truth. More than 2 in 5 U.S. adults have obesity. So 3 out of 5 have obesity in the United States. We have more people that are obese and overweight than at a normal weight. Obesity affects more groups than others, including Black adults and Hispanics and adults with less education. That's probably because of circumstances. If your life sucks, you're going to turn to food. That is going to be one of your few pleasures. Ask me how I know. After I got clean, I put on like 80 pounds. So, many adults with obesity have serious chronic diseases, including diabetes and heart disease. Obesity accounts for nearly 173 billion in medical expenditures just in 2019 alone. 41. They're still saying 41%, but let's not forget back in 2015 it was 67 and 75%. We don't go from an obesity rate of women of 67% to it dropping. It didn't drop. They're lying about the numbers, and because they don't want you to know how bad it is. It's really bad. More than 22 million adults have severe obesity. That means that they can't even damn tie their shoes, y'all. They can't wash themselves. They can't get dressed by themselves. They can't walk. Most of those people are bedridden. And you don't even want to know what happens to the body once you get in that state. Here we go. The prevalence of obesity increased from 30% in 1999 to 2000 to 41% in 2017. They're lying. But in 2015, it was 67 and 75%. I bet it's a lot more. And you know, there's a lot of people that go to the doctor and their doctor don't want to classify them as obese because it'd hurt their feelings. It'll hurt their feelings. That's why they took the scales out of Planet Fitness, because it hurt people's feelings. The weigh-in scales in a gym. Well, that's different. If you have disc in your back, that's different. This is not for you. I'm not a doctor. That's different. People literally make nothing out of something. That changes the environment. That changes the circumstances. We're talking about people who sit on their ass all day long and don't try. If you have slip disc in your back, that changes the circumstances. Some people do have injuries and they can't work out, but the majority of people just say that they can't work out and they actually could. I used to know this girl that was 22 years old that weighed over 300 pounds, and she was a special ed school teacher. And her job was to physically lift children and put them on the toilet, okay, because they would be nonverbal, they were mentally challenged. Some of them were extremely autistic, nonverbal, They just sat in a chair all day long. And she'd have to lift them up and put them on the toilet. At one point, she was physically attacked by a student. They had grabbed like a branch out of a tree and beat the hell out of her. She always had all of these health ailments. She always was sick, and it got exhausting because the reason she was sick is because of the trash that she put in her body. She ate nothing but fast food, which is how you get into that state at 22 years of age. And it's supposed to be her job to physically take care of these children. And you can look at her and tell she's not even physically taking care of herself. Hair greasy, hair falling out, face breaking out. It's disturbing. And there's no excuse for it. She chose to get to that state. At some point, when you get so big to a certain point, you consciously are saying to yourself, oh my God, I'm gaining weight. Oh my God, I put on more weight. Oh my God, I've got to slow down. You're saying that to yourself. People just choose not to do anything about it. Everyone that puts on weight in that capacity, 60, 70, 80, 100 pounds, they know that it's happening and they choose to continue on that track. I don't feel bad for people like that at all. Hey, congratulations, Blade Runner. That's crazy. Glad you made it through surgery and cancer. I know, right? Ain't that amazing? And it's so funny you should bring up a slip disc because my C4 is completely, there's nothing between it, honey. My C4 disc rubs the one above it and the one below it. I got a C4 ruptured disc in my back, so it's so funny you should bring that up. Different strokes for different folks, honey. Different strokes for different folks. Yeah, my C4 has been fucked up. That lady tailgate, she freaking hit me in the ass end of my truck and totaled her Subaru on my car. And when I went to the chiropractor, they had to do x-rays, and he's like, your C4 is just floating around. Not really, but you know what I mean. There's supposed to be stuff, let me tell you, there's supposed to be stuff between the bones that add cushion to the vertebrae. What is in between the vertebrae? On the back. So y'all see this white fluffy stuff that's in there? I don't have none of that. That blue stuff. What is that? It's like, it's cartilage. A tough outer ring of fibrous cartilage that surrounds the disc. Yeah, so it's the fourth cervical vertebrae located. Mine's at the bottom. I'm saying it wrong. That's not the right number. Mine's down here. The C4 is up there. Sorry. It's down here. Or do I have it upside down? No, it's down here somewhere in my lower back. So that would be an L. But still, there's supposed to be cushion in between them. I've been telling y'all my back's been hurting for like months, but you just work through it. And actually, the more I work out, the better it feels. So that's my body telling me to get physical activity and stretch it. Let's see. A vertebrae that does not have cushioning. There's also a fluid. What's that? I don't know, Trisha. Good morning. I don't know. It's down here. It's right here. And he said that it's like shifting, and he said that there's no cushion around it. That was 2021 when I found that out. Lower disc in the back that doesn't have cushioning. Vertebrae. I don't know what it would be called. A bulging disc in the lumbar region of the spine. Lower disc in the back that doesn't have cushion. Oh, that's a whole thing. So that's doctor terminology now. They had to dumb it down because people are too stupid to go Google medical terms. It says, quote, lower disc in the back that doesn't have cushion, which is what the doctor said, likely refers to a herniated or bulging disc in the lumbar region of the spine. In this case, the disc outer layer, the annulus, has torn or weakened, allowing the inner gel-like material nucleus to bulge out and potentially compress nearby nerves, which can lead to pain, numbness, and weakness in the back. It can also affect the buttocks, legs, and feet. Listen, I just push through it because I don't give a fuck. Unless I wake up and I can't fucking walk, I ain't going to the damn doctor. A herniated disc. Yes, it's the bones that stack to make the spine. These bones are called vertebrae, blah, 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 blah. So it's a herniated disc. Is that lifelong? C4. It said the lumbar. Yeah, it's the lower portion of the spine, which is exactly where mine is, right there. Right in the middle, lower back. And that's actually the sacrum. And well, that would be, so it's the sacrum at your near your tailbone, and then it's the lumbar, thoracical spine, thoracic spine, and then your cervical spine at the top. So there's 3 different parts of the spine: cervical, thoracic, and lumbar, and then your sacrum at the bottom. Huh. Oh, I bet it was my L4. L4 herniated disc. L4. Yeah. It's very common. A herniated disc, also known as a slipped or bulging disc, occurs when the sulfur center of the spinal cord pushes through the crack of its outer layer. While herniated discs can occur at any level of the spine, they are most common in the lower back, especially between the L4, 5, and 1 and S1. So it was L4, not C4. Why am I saying C4? That's at the top. Listen, it's been since 2021 since I was diagnosed with this, so you don't really keep up with these things if you can walk. Listen, I got like 5 things that hurt right now. Like, I ain't got time to be worried about a damn herniated disc. The heat's killing me. My head fucking hurts. I just gotta make it minute by minute. I ain't got time to damn worry about shit like that. Like I said, unless I can't walk, it don't matter. Good morning. A neck brace. Sorry, I just envisioned you in bed, Blade Runner, like one of them dolls with the cone on. What? No, I could never sleep in a neck brace. That's funny. No. I could not sleep in that. I feel like somebody was trying to strangle me in my sleep. That's funny. It's very uncomfortable. Bless your heart. I bet your doctor handed you that. Like, this'll help. You'll get so much rest. You'll feel so relieved when you wake up. You'll feel so refreshed when you wake up. I bet he gave you that thing and didn't even, like, they're so out of touch. Doctors are so out of touch. Just imagine. Here, take this neck brace that feels like somebody's got two hands and got a death grip on you in your sleep. You'll sleep great. You'll wake up feeling refreshed. Your neck won't hurt. Back problems, what are those? No, then you'll have sleep problems because you ain't got no sleep because you've been in this damn torture device trying to get some sleep. That's funny. It stops me from getting migraines. See? Do you want to get sleep comfortably, or do you want to and wake up with a migraine? Or do you want to barely get any sleep because you got this contraption around your neck? What was that movie where the guy's head was in a box? It was a horror movie. In the house, it was a glass house. And y'all, what was that movie? I'm just envisioning you with this box on your head. It was a horror movie back in the day. And it was like this glass house with all these contraptions, and it held all these demons in it. And one guy had this crazy box on his head, and he was trapped in there, and it was like iron. Yeah, do you want to wake up refreshed with no back pain? Oh my God, I'm just running this clock up. Or do you want to damn get rest and wake up with your back hurting? 13 ghosts. Yeah, all I'm saying. Could you imagine the doctor walking out the office like, okay, well, you got a slip vertebrae, so we're gonna need you to put this box on so you'll feel better. That damn box out of 13 ghosts, like the head contraption. Imagine that. They're so out of touch, man. They're so out of touch. Here, put this box on. Well, if it helps you, I guess that's all that works. I mean, that's great that it works. Oh, I'm sorry, Charles. I hate the brace. Brace yourself. Brace yourself. What was I doing? I was going to try to do some more kicks and focus. Maybe I should just do pull-ups. I don't even know what they're called. It's this ground, man. It hurts. I can't remember the last time I did a setup. This is not gonna work. I'm about to go to the fucking beach. I'm so annoyed. Everything I want to do, I can't do because the ground is too hard and it's hurting my ass. Ugh. Pants are too big. I need some different shorts. Yeah, I want to do them, but not on this hard concrete. That was a good warm-up. Run the heart from anything. Mess around and find out. Come around here, shit. Why's this shit on messed up? Ow. I'm a piece of white trash. I'm the son of the dirty South. I'm gonna get my gym bag too for beach bag. Look around and find out. You too, Blade Runner. Have a great day. was looking for my other beach bag and I can't find it. Hey, Redwood. Along for the ride. Oh, dorky ass. Alright. Whoa, we ride. Blanket in the back. Oh, your neck broke. Your neck broke. Hey, critter. We're going to the beach to work out. It's too hard on the ground. I can't even set my ass on it. Like, it's hurting. What the hell? Here we go with this. It's so annoying. I wish somebody would come up with some kind of hair device for women. Hair bows hurt. These shits hurt. And they don't work. If I start running, look. This shit breaks your hair off. You can't wear these. That's why your hair looks crazy. It breaks your hair. The clip is the best way, but God. Shit gets on my nerves. Whatever. Welcome to being a long hair. Yeah, pretty much every friend I ever had was obese, and they always made excuses. And it's so crazy because they always had resources that I didn't, you know? It's crazy. I guess I'm grateful that I had my life savings and my home stolen from me, because I probably would have never lost weight. Everything happens for a reason. You know what I mean? It all happened at the perfect time. I wouldn't be where I was today, and I'm much better here than I was 5 years ago. Hands down. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I'm poor. Yeah, I don't even know how I'm gonna buy water today, but fuck. It sure beats being sexually abused over and over and having to put needles in my arms to deal with that, you know? People hate that, though. They didn't want me clean. People didn't want me clean because it makes them feel good about themselves if I'm strung out on drugs. How sad. It's the truth. People need to wake up. The world is not what the fairy fucking la la land that people think it is. The world is a evil, cruel, heartless place. And you will not survive unless you fight back daily. You're going to have to fight every fucking day to survive. And if you don't, then you're blessed, honey. And you didn't even know it. Be grateful. The beach. I gotta use the bathroom though. Oh no. Oh no. Why'd they put in all those porta potties? Now I'm scared. What's going on here tomorrow? I ain't never seen all them porta potties. I wonder what that means. That can't be good. I'm like, God, how many people are coming? I don't know. I don't know, fam. If they got that many porta potties, probably a lot. This is where they had to do all those rescues. They had to do 7 beach rescues in one weekend because these damn people get out here and they don't know how to swim and they ain't paying attention to your youngins. Oh, see, people don't like stuff like that. I can't tell parents how to raise their children because I'm not a parent. Oh no, see, that's the problem, honey. I get to do it just based on the fact of they said that I couldn't be. You know what I mean? So I just need to be clear on what type of parent I was. Yeah, they be out here damn drinking and drugging and everything else, not paying attention to their kids. And then they end up in the ocean or on a capsized boat dead while rescuers look for the baby child's body for 2 damn weeks. That happened here too. They looked for that poor baby for 7 days and they finally found that baby's body. All because the father didn't know how to drive a damn boat, in my opinion. He was a doctor with money. He bought a boat and killed the whole family. Some people should just hire a tour guide. You know, if you stay in the office all the time and you've never done this before and you don't realize how dangerous that ocean is, maybe you should hire someone, since you have all that money for a yacht, maybe you should hire someone that can escort you and teach you the ways of the water, because it's not something to play with. It'll take your life and take the life of your family if you're not paying attention, and that's exactly what happened. I'm taking 3 drinks, my workout. It's hot, y'all. Already hot. My shirt's sticking to me, it's making me mad. I don't even know if I like this bra. Not really, if I'm being honest, but whatever. Yeah, people like that can have kids, but you know, good parents like me, they want to make out to be the bad guy because they wouldn't play the state's game. It's crazy. Crazy. What's even worse is these parents out here that are like turning their little boys into little girls. That is child abuse. And I'm glad that the Republicans are coming around and passing laws against this shit with gay couples having children, because psychologically speaking, we already know that the best thing for a child is to have a mother and a father. That is a fact. I don't care whose feelings are hurt by me saying that. Grow up. If you care about children, you'll look at the evidence, and the evidence supports that they need a mother and a father. Not 2 men dressed up like fucking Barbie dolls, parading them around so that they can use them to exploit them on social media. It's disgusting. People like that deserve to be in jail. And they will, because it'll only take a little while to figure out that they're child abusers. Remember the 2 fathers from Georgia? Yeah. People show you who they are. You just got to believe them. It's disgusting. Yes, the evidence shows that a child needs a mother and a father for the best childhood development and the best outcome. And statistically speaking, children that have that thrive. Children that don't, like children from an absent father home, they don't do so well, okay? They struggle massively because there's a lack of parental guidance and discipline and love there that they need from the father. This is a fact. It's a fact. It's hot already. I wonder how hot it is. I hope I put my phone in here, because if I didn't, we gotta go back. Lots of beach. People won't listen to what you have to say because they want to write you off, because either A, they're jealous, B, they're intimidated, or C, they simply hate themselves and just want someone to hate. stop caring what people think. Fuck them people. If they don't give a fuck about you, then you don't give a fuck about them. You know what I mean? And matter of fact, if they don't have good character, you don't give a fuck about them. We don't need people to care about us to care. We care about the whole world, don't we? I do. I think I've made that pretty apparent. I care more than 99.9% of people out here. Always have. Always have. But yeah, stop caring about what people think when you don't even know their character. You don't know if that's a good person or a bad person. You're valuing someone's opinion that could be Satan, honey. For all you know, that's Satan. That person works for Satan. Why would you want to impress somebody that works for Satan unless you work for Satan? Weird. Stop trying to impress losers and caring what these people think about you. Down the beach. The beach. Exactly, Natalie. You know, that's what I'm saying. I've been homeless for how long now? Homeless, living out of a car, struggling through the heat every day, no money for anything. Like, I'm completely broke. And people will still try to destroy me because I smile and because I try to help others and because I actually speak truth. It's crazy. Situation because of shit you did. No, I'm in this situation because I had over $80,000 stolen from me. I have a home. I also have land. I have legal paperwork saying that I own that, but I have to spend $10,000 to sue and get it back because I put it in someone else's name. This is a very common issue, especially when it comes to like domestic disputes, but also family disputes. This is very common. I'm not the only person this has happened to. And I'm just grateful that I have the legal paperwork because I will be able to obtain my home, my money, and my land one day. I don't care if it takes me 10 years. The fucker is still alive, and as long as he's alive, I can sue. I'm not homeless because of things I did. This is not because of drugs. I know that people want to make it out like that because I was actually clean. I was living in a house when I got clean. My home that I bought, that I still own, that I don't have access to because I don't have money to sue. We've been over this over and over. It's crazy how people will say that you're in this situation because you did something wrong. And I didn't. Just like the whole job thing. What did I do wrong? I went in, I waited on people, I was nice to everybody, I treated everybody fairly, and I was fired. But that's my fault, right? They're always going to say it's your fault. Grow the fuck up. That's the problem. People need to realize you're always going to be the blame. They're always going to blame you for shit you didn't even do. That's the reality of the real world. My whole life it's been that way. Whole life. I've never harmed anyone like they've harmed me. Ever. Ever. Ever, ever. People have had it out for me since I was a fucking child because I've spoke truth since I was a fucking child. The person I am today is the same person I was at 6 years old. And at 6 years old, I was the same person that I was at 2. I have always been the same person. I've always had the same morals and values. And people are just going to try to twist and bend everything because it makes them feel better about themselves. And how sad. Do you know how low in life you got to be jealous of a homeless woman? To be trying to destroy someone who's helping other people? And now, let me just be clear, these type of people are not the type of people that would ever help anybody. That's what they're jealous of. They're jealous that everything I say comes true. They're jealous that everything I talk about has a purpose. They're jealous that my channel has had some success. They're jealous that some guy paid my bills for 3 months. And listen, let me just be clear. That was another abusive situation trying to take form that I blew off. Narcissists love to use money to entrap you. I've talked about this exclusively on this channel for years. This is no different. No different. Narcissists use money to control and manipulate. Nothing else to be said. It's so crazy because I've said time and time again how people come into my life trying to use me, okay? And when I refuse to allow them to use me, then they turn bitter and vindictive towards me. Same shit, different day. It's crazy how when you're walking away from an abusive situation like that, you're able to then pinpoint when the behaviors start in other people. If you escape a highly toxic, abusive relationship like I did last year, and that was a family member that done that to me, by the way. Family. When you escape something like that, your mind advances to the next level, and you're able to pinpoint psychologically what a new person is trying to do to you psychologically. You can feel the manipulation, you can pinpoint the gaslighting, you can realize the lies before they even leave their mouths. It's crazy. It's crazy how escaping that type of thing will advance you psychologically to the next level of maturity. But unless you leave out of that toxic environment, you'll never be able to advance. You'll never be able to catch on. You'll stay in that toxic state, allowing that shit to happen to you unless you leave. And when you do, man, it is mind-blowing. It's like a whole nother universe out here. It really is. There's levels to this. All these fake channels, y'all. I'm just so sick of fucking. And what am I supposed to do? Starve? Lose my car? Be sleeping on the beach? What have you been through? Oh, never mind. You can't tell me because I just blocked you because you're a bitch. First of all, let me explain the difference between a simp and someone trying to court you. This man was courting me. He asked me for my phone number through my email. I gave it to him. He wanted to court me. That is the beginning stages of what should be dating. See, I understand that a lot of y'all are too loose out here on social media, on Tinder, hooking up, thinking that it's cute. That's why you don't have a soul, honey. That's why you drink yourself to sleep every freaking night, because you're just spreading your legs around like it's grandma's candy dish, and you need to get your life together. See, courting is what you do for 90 days. That is where you talk, you text, and you get to know somebody without any physical contact. There's a reason for that. See, we used to do that back in the old days, and that's why the marriage rate was double successful of what it is today. We have more people getting divorced than we do staying married. The divorce rate is astronomical. And the reason why is because people don't date or court long enough to actually see if they're compatible with the person. They just jump in bed, they get knocked up, and then they get married. Tell me I'm wrong. How many people do you know have went from relationship to relationship to relationship to relationship to relationship? Every year they got a new man or a new girl. See, I'm not the problem. The problem is a lot of y'all have been brainwashed. This man I allowed, it was a privilege to even have my phone number. And what did he do? What did he do? He abused that privilege. That's crossing a boundary. I know some of y'all accept people walking all over you, crossing your boundaries, violating your trust, giving you STDs, stealing your money. I don't go for shit like that. And people who have successful marriages and successful lives, they stop that shit at the front doorstep, honey. And that's what I did. So I allowed him 90 days to court me. He'd come to my channel, started a bunch of drama. Exactly why? This is why I court. I can't even make it 2 weeks without some guy trying to film me and then post it on Instagram. I'm not even a celebrity. So why do these things happen? Stupidity, because people are stupid. So he turned out to be everything that I thought he was, complete narcissist. First of all, the difference between a simp and courting is I'm allowing that person to have contact with me. I'm allowing them to talk to me on the phone. A simp is somebody who comes begging for attention, love, affection. They come and they are literally bowing down to the creator. None of my followers act like that. None of my followers are simps. It's sad that I even have to say this, but I don't have followers that are simps. I have followers that have brains that care about the world, themselves, and their families. Yeah, exactly, Natalie. They do. they do. Absolutely not. I would never date anybody that has youngins. No. I don't date. I don't have time to date. And see, that's another thing. People come here and they want to try to talk to me like they looking for a girlfriend and shit. No. The man that I'm going to marry would be in my face right now like, Brooke, we got to make you a plan. Brooke, what you want to do? Do you want to open your own business? What do you want to do, Brooke? See, nobody talks that good shit because people ain't even doing that for themselves. People get so comfortable with their bullshit lives that they just accept it and they become a sheep for the fucking government and for society. The person I'm going to marry is going to be thinking outside of the box. This person had 90 days to help me start my own business. They didn't want to do that. They wanted to give me $100 to try to lead me on, $100 and lead me on, $100 and lead me on. See, this is what I was trying to explain to y'all before. These type of narcissists that use money to control and obtain power over pretty women, they will never give you a substantial amount of money. All I needed was $2,000. I could have had a lawnmower and a trailer to pull behind my truck, and I could have started my own business back in December for less than $2,000. Do you think that was even thought of? Do you think that this person who cares so much about me ever offered to give me the money to start up my own business so that I can generate income? No, they would never do that. Narcissists will never do that. They will only give you just enough money to feed you, just enough money to pay your phone bill so they have access to you, just enough money to pay your insurance so you can go see them. Do you see what I'm saying? They will never, and that is not a friend. That is manipulation 101. So you come into somebody's life, you say you're going to help them, you stress them out for 90 days, you come to their channel, start drama, you know, and the entire time when I would bring up school, let me tell you something, every time I would bring up school, he would get so quiet. It's almost like he didn't want me in school, which is the case. A narcissist doesn't want you to have a career. They don't want you to have your own money. They don't want you to have your own money because they want to be the supply. They need you to be their narcissistic supply. Their supply is getting you upset. See, narcissists thrive on the attention. Getting your emotions all riled up gets them excited. That's the whole point. That's what makes a narcissist a narcissist. If you're dating someone that is a narcissist, you are that person's supply. It's crazy because they do the same thing with money, okay? As I said, he would never give me the money, the startup cost of $2,000 to start my own business here, but he would gladly give me $200 for groceries or $200 for this or that, but he sent me $1,000 for my truck payment. It's like, do you want me to succeed? You say you care so much, and you don't mind sending me money as long as I'm stroking your ego or being nice. I don't lie to people. I'm not gonna sit there and act like I'm into somebody when I'm not. I made it perfectly clear that I'm suffering from CPTSD, and my therapist and my clinical psychologist says that I don't need to be dated. They've told me that for 2 years, and I agree with them. I've had more breakthroughs in the past 2 years than I've had in 37 years, and it's probably because I was single. See, you can't heal if you're not focused on you. And if you're in a relationship, then you're not focused on you. I don't care how many of y'all want to say, oh, you're lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself. There's stats to back up what I'm saying. Women and men who take significant time off from relationships have significant mental health breakthroughs and progress while they're single. You can't do that when you're in a relationship, and that's why so many people out here jump from relationship to relationship trying to fill a void when they need a fucking therapist. I've made it perfectly clear, have I not, from the start, that I was not dating anybody. Did I not? Do I not say every day I'm not looking for a relationship? But still and yet, this motherfucker interjects himself into my life, trying to get close to me, asking me, remember the sexual questions, we're not going to talk about that today, but yeah, twice he tried to start some kind of sexual conversation. And that's when I immediately knew. I was like, this motherfucker doesn't give a fuck about me. He just wants to use me for sex and or try to get me to move to fucking Texas to fuck him or something. I don't fucking know. I don't really care. It's manipulative bullshit, and it's narcissistic abuse through money. They do this. A narcissist will never actually help you help yourself. Ever. They'll never do anything that actually helps you. They won't give you a ride to fucking school. They don't want you to be in school. They want you to be dependent upon them fully. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I'm just so glad that I'm able to pinpoint this behavior in other people now. You know, because let's not forget, the first phone conversation was, oh, my ex-girlfriend was a stripper. Honey, is that why you sent me money? Yes. He was telling me what he was thinking by saying that. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, it's hilarious too, but it's crazy. Yeah, he's absolutely been trolling. And here's the thing, Critter. I'm like 90% sure that he actually has ties with the first like 16 original bullies from the Reddit post. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like 50, 60, 70% sure that he actually knows some of the Redditor posters personally. I don't really care. I think it's stupid. It just proves my point. Thank y'all for not calling me paranoid after all of this. Thank you to my channel followers. Now you're starting to see. When I said that my life looks like this because people have tried to destroy me, I mean it. This is nothing. The government did 10 times worse to me. 10 times. Every single thing that was documented on court record was a lie. Every single thing. Every single thing. People have no clue the shit that I've been through. And I'm not going to start on it today. Because there's a good chance they'll never know. You know? I could talk about things till I'm blue in the face and people are still going to victim blame. Let me ask you something. If I bother you that bad, why you need to self-evaluate. Ask yourself, why does she bother me? Why? All she talks about is God and wanting to help humanity. Why does she bother me? Because she calls motherfuckers bitches? They come to my page talking shit. So I'm sorry that you're a sheep. But if you hate me, honey, you hate yourself. That's not me that you hate. That's you that you hate. You're bothered by me because I'm good. And that makes you self-evaluate. And that's exactly what it is. And I've been experiencing this my entire life. My entire life since I was a child. Since I was a child. Getting bullied by teachers in kindergarten. Because of their inconsistencies. And when I pop my head up and say, hey, why are you being mean to Jessica? Oh, now I'm over in the corner with Jessica because I said something about you treating some little girl that was black out of pocket. Y'all just have no clue. No clue at all. That happened at, I think it was E.M. Holt. There was a girl that was black and the teacher used to bully her all the time because she was black because it was a white school. And she would put her in the corner in this divider. You know, it might have been E.M. Holt. That just said that. Or Alexander Wilson. And I said something. I'm like, I said something. And I was put in the same corner with Jessica. When I could tell that the teacher was treating her funny because she was black. How can I sense that at 6 or 7 years old? And people ain't got enough sense out here nowadays to tell a good human from a bad one. Because they're all bad, that's why. They're going to align with the way that they're behaving. They're going to gravitate towards people that are doing the same bullshit that they're doing. You too, Joe Mama. Oh yeah. I can tell by looking in somebody's eyes if they're sincere or if they're trying to start some shit. Immediately. Immediately. All I gotta do is glance at them. The look on their face, their body language, and then the look in their eyes tells you a lot. It's called profiling. You should do it for safety. The FBI does it. CIA, military, police. It's part of the job. But, you know, saying that, people are like, oh, God, she's profiling people. They take it a wrong way. They're thinking of racially profiling, which is something completely different. But, you know, trying to explain this to a bunch of people that don't even know how to tie their shoestrings, it gets exhausting. There's a huge difference between profiling, which is what our government does, our law enforcement, our first responders, and racially profiling. Huge difference. Huge, huge difference. Bye, Joe Mama. I'm gonna do some sit-ups now. I can't see what y'all can see. Here we go with this game again. Can you even see the blanket? Can you even see the blanket? Oh, okay. Hey, now you can see it better. Can y'all see me? Me too, Trisha. And that's what I'm saying. I do be in my way, minding my business all the time. My business is saving humanity. So, you know, if it has to do with people going to jail, people treating other people harshly, children being harmed, politics, that is my business. You know what I mean? Especially when they try to make me out to be the bad guy. Oh, damn. You gonna buy me one? It's $60 to $100. You can send it to my cash out. Thanks, John. You're so sweet. I don't have one because I can't afford one. I've already said that 10 times this week. Looks like we're still 3 months. There's nothing there. They're all trash. Wow, that affects your glutes too. That's good. I got 2 for 2 over here. So I'll buy twice. Probably knew I was going to be out here today. I get this a lot. They're usually about 22. Look like they might be mildly retarded. Or is that birth defects? I don't know. Usual suspects. These young boys get out. Hey, Lewis, welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, Lewis. Yeah, so I think that there's like some kind of something going on chat-wise or something. I have had a weird new harmless, but they're children, you know, 18 to 27, early 20s, y'all, early 20s. I've had this happen last week twice, and I'm not saying these guys are doing that, but clearly all of this beach, and they're literally less than 100 yards from me. So, you know, let me give you a gander so you can really get an eye for what I'm talking about. Ladies, pay attention. Pay attention. This behavior is not normal. It's because I'm a pretty girl and I'm working out on the beach, and clearly, like I said, one might be disabled mentally. I ain't trying to be funny. You see how there's nobody around? Pay attention. Nobody around. And then 50 yards south of me, there they are. So a lot of people do this for numerous reasons. A, because I have a channel. They want to come out and be on my channel. B, men like to try to have interactions with me like this. I've had people that have found me on the social media that will come into the parks and try to antagonize me when I'm cooking. I got all of that on camera. It's really sad how mentally disturbed these type of people are, and I have to deal with it on a weekly basis. It's crazy. And you know, for a long time, I think the gaslighting from society worked up until last year when I got out of jail, and I realized, you know, there's evil all around me, all the time, you know, perverts. So, drowning. I'm glad that it wasn't that the damn fire and rescue that went by a while ago. I hope so, because they might need them. Here, let's see if they can swim. Probably not. They're probably going to end up drowning. Thanks for coming back, Lewis. I hope you're well. Oh, I have to wait. I feel that so much. Hell, I might be waiting till payday to eat. I feel that so hard. Oh, I've had other people come and find me and forward me to put on their Instagram too and Facebook. It's crazy. I'm ready to get it going. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being for real. This boy looks like he's got the downs. It's sad, man. It pisses me off. What are they doing to our food? Yeah, I need a bikini. Look at that white. Hey, Shane. I already said hey. Alright, let's go. car today. I tried to do a cartwheel. It's getting there. It will eventually. I'm gonna lean out on the bulk again. We'll start the process over. That is still gain muscle. So it's crazy because I think I've added probably 10 or 12 pounds of muscle. My arms are crazy. So that's what I'm trying to do, is fill my arms back up with muscle. Everything else is gonna stay the same. Go contact high, way down and cold, good morning. Yeah, I know. Ew. What the hell's wrong with people, y'all? Disgusting. People are mentally unstable. Stick around, you'll see what I'm talking about. They don't make them like I was supposed to. I haven't. I've never done anything to anyone. Thank you, though. Sorry you feel that way. Makes me ignorant. Alright. It's so funny. Pay attention. I'm such a bad person. Jesus Christ. Holy crap, it is. Cecilia. It is. Can y'all even see? I can't see. I can't see the screen flash. That's funny. I thought you were tripping until I looked behind me. I was like, what is this girl talking about? Yeah, there is. It's cool. Pretty badass. Oh, look at the baby. Trying to pet it. just standing in the water too. That's cool. There's supposed to be a lot of wild ones on Cumberland Island. They're cool. Ain't that awesome? You always see some wild stuff out here. Me too. When I read your comment, I was like, this girl is tripping. I had to look behind. I had to look behind me. I know, ain't they? They're so pretty. They're huge. There's some big ones, man. They make like the ones that round the corner. They don't stop at all. Look at him playing in the water. Y'all, did y'all see the raccoon with the meth pipe? Listen, there was a raccoon. All right, let me paint the scene. There was a woman pulled over in the car, and she had a pet raccoon, and she had a warrant for her arrest. So they get her out the car, and there's a raccoon in the car, right? Well, he was playing with something, and the cop thought it was so funny. He's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this! Look at this raccoon smoking a meth pipe." It was crazy. There's a video on it. I think it happened in Georgia. If you just Google raccoon and the other part, you'll find it. It went viral. It's crazy. The cop was so tickled about it, and I can't blame him for being, I mean, the raccoon was like holding it like he was trying to smoke it, y'all. What was that woman doing with that raccoon? How did that raccoon know? Was it from just watching her and observing? Or was he an active participant in this? Because I have so many questions. Have we checked on him? Did we give him 90 days in rehab? Because I feel like he needed it. He had a meth pipe and was trying to smoke it, and then he was rolling around like he was smoking it. There's video of this. It's hilarious. Hilarious. I saw the raccoon with the pipe. I mean, for real, Susan, was he an active participant, or did he pick that behavior up from simply watching her participate in that horrible, horrendous act? I have so many questions. I feel like we need to check on him. It was Ohio. Thank you, Critter. Thank you. The cop was so tickled. He was like, "Can you believe this?" He was laughing. It was so funny. All right, let's get back to it. Here, I'm gonna put this down a little bit because there's kids out here. I'm gonna bring you closer to me because the beach is getting packed and I don't want to film children. So I'm gonna bring you closer to me. Surfing USA. Let's see. See y'all. A bear. Oh yeah, I forgot about the bear. I think that was a movie though. I don't know if that was based on actual events. You see a blanket? Oh, there we go. All right. Surfing USA. It's hot already. A tan. Y'all, why am I thinking it's a real story now? Because I'm Googling it and it has a wiki page. Oh, it was real. It happened in a Georgia forest. So I'm sure y'all know what I'm talking about, right? It's called Bear. It's Cecilia's comment, that bear. It began in the 1980s. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation announced in December of '85 that a 175-pound black bear had died of an OD. Oh man, there's a pop-up. Man. Oh, there it is. So this was a real news article here. December 22nd of 1980. The bear died of an overdose. It fell out of a plane. The stuff fell out of a plane. He was a smuggler. The bear was found dead in the mountains. So he didn't go on the crazy. Gotta get to I had 25 grams of protein for breakfast. I woke up late, 8 o'clock. I never sleep in that late. Alright, let me just tell you what it is. I'm trying so hard. Well, I'm glad to know the cops are like on the beach, you know, it makes you feel safe. It really does. Especially when you have that many weirdos coming out from the internet trying to hunt you down. Oh, the sun is too hard. It's killing my butt, y'all. I need a gym mat, I guess. I got one in storage somewhere. Yes, I'm bringing in a place with my butt. It hurts. We're back in. Let's do some push-ups. Officially organized. Music makes all the difference, y'all. So we're gonna push down slow. As soon as I want to go down, music put off. I don't put service on either one. so nice. Is this a troll account? I never know when they're troll accounts until I look. Dude, I'm about to block you if you don't stop, for real. Hey, Emily. Where is all this sand coming from? It's coming through the blanket. It's ridiculous. This shit's fluffy. What the sun say for you to come down here in this bitch? Oh, dropping the phone. I'll put y'all back up because I can't get the same angle. Can't get the same angle. There we go. Just blinked on. Just going everything. It's so hot. It's just sticking to you. The wind's blowing. Got gas. Y'all, anyone that says hi with that little hand thing, that's a fake account. For those that don't know, I'm letting you know. Anyone that says hi with that little wavy hand, that's like a robot account or something. I don't know. It's just a fake account. It's not real. You look it up and it was made like minutes ago. It's so weird. So hard and compacted, it's not adding fluff to your butt. You know what I mean? Yeah, that water is disgusting. I would love to take a water sample and send it in for testing. Even better, I would love to do the gym. I'd love to do the gym with water. know they ain't rolling up the door and making her get in. They are. So it's 3 lifeguards. It's a girl in the back in her bathing suit. They've been making her do her skis. They don't even have on swim trunks, so I know they sending her in. You know what I mean? She's the only one with the bikini on. That's funny. It's Friday, y'all. It is Friday. Can you see I'm back on my videos. Y'all see this shit, right? Okay. Kids in the water with no supervision every time. It's okay. Go out to the woods. We'll raw dog some tuna, and then more protein and banana, and then we'll go out to do some cross country. I really hate the sand, it's so compacted. It doesn't add any cushion when you're trying to do an ab workout. And honestly, I haven't been training abs but once a week, so probably need to take it light. That was probably good enough, honestly. More than good enough. Definitely gonna have to wash this one. Hold on, honey. Hold on, hunty. Hope I didn't drop anything. I dropped something, y'all. Let me know if I drop something. Alright. You don't want to be out here too long without water and stuff too. You need to make sure you're eating probably 200 to 500 calories more every day because of the heat. So this is fluffy. Next time I'll come to the back. I mean, at least those kids were you know, 6, 7, 8 years old. Sometimes you see them 2, 3 out there in that water by themselves. Those kids were a little bit older, but still, it's crazy. Children that are not fit as well are going to have a harder time in that water if the current gets them, because they can't support an obese body. You know, there was a boy that was pulled out of a swimming pool at a hotel, and as soon as they pulled his body out, I could tell you immediately he did not need to be in that water. He was 200 pounds at like 12 years old. I'm not exaggerating. Not exaggerating. There's video of it. He was probably 160 to 170 at 12. No wonder he fucking drowned. That's abuse, man. To let your child get to that state, that's abuse. I'm sick of the bullshit. I see a lot of abusers out here every day with children. That's a choice to let your kid get obese. If you don't have enough control to put locks on the cabinet and tell your child no, then you don't need a child. One day we'll get there. It might take 20 years, but 20 years from now, 30 years from now, if your child is over a certain weight, the state will have the right to come in and take your child. Mark my word. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? As they should, because you're putting that child in death's way. Woo! Got stuff all in my shoes, y'all. Feed nobody other. I wonder if they got ice at the store. Oh. Drinks everywhere. Damn it. You cut throat. It's 100 degrees in here. I need to relax for a second. I can't even think. It's so hot. It's 100 degrees. Wow. Was he pushed in there by a friend? Was that a friend that threw him in the water? He was pushed in, oh yeah, by his friend, knowing he couldn't swim. Yeah, that's attempted murder in my opinion. When your friend is saying, I can't swim, and you throw him in, you should go to jail for a felony. 100%. You like to play games? Let's see how you like to play games in federal prison or in prison. You know what I mean? Like, that's like in-laws that play games with peanut allergies. Sure, you seen that shit too. Let's say you and I get married. Hey girl, will you marry me? And your fucking mother doesn't like me. And she knows that one of our children has a peanut allergy but serves peanuts at a get-together anyways, putting our child's life in danger. So sorry you don't have a mama anymore, and I don't have a mama-in-law anymore because we don't play those petty games. See, your mama put our child's life in danger by serving peanuts when she knew that there was an allergy which could have subjected your child to being killed, okay? I've heard so many of those instances, like those stories with in-laws. Come on, Papa. so hot. I don't know how. It's going to be 100 today. Damn, the sand. Why did I go out there? It's on my bra. Papa. I thought it worked. I need a towel or something. Yeah, and you know, people put up with stuff like that, and they expect me to put up with stuff like that. I don't play those games. You fuck me over, I cut you off so quick your fucking head will spin. No. Nope. Too many people in the world. They're not all evil like that, just the majority. 8 out of 12, 8 out of 10 behave the same fucking way. They do. They do. There's like 12 personality types, and only like 3 or 4 of them are even decent humans. Most people are self-motivated. They want what they want, and they'll do whatever it takes to get it. And then if they don't get what they want from you, then they bash you and start drama and make it seem like you're the problem, and they try to destroy you because they didn't get what they wanted from you. Just so happens in my case, it's sex a lot. People want to have sex. I don't have sex. I've been celibate for over half a decade. Ain't that crazy? I can't even talk to somebody without them acting insane. Shit. I can't even talk to somebody without them acting insane. Absolutely insane. And they do it under the guise of money. Let me help you. They're not trying to help you. They're trying to use you and gain access to you. We're going to the lake. My service might be spotty until we get there. Yeah. You think this is my fucking first rodeo? Every man that I've ever come in contact with has tried to use and abuse me. Every man. I've never tried to use me. How sad. How sad. They're weak. They don't make them like they used to. They don't make them like me. I wish they did. I wish I could meet somebody that was loyal, fiercely loyal, to the point that they would be willing to give their life up to protect me, because that's the kind of strength that I have for someone else. Because that's the way that it's supposed to be. Nobody's loyal. Nobody's even honest anymore. They lie to themselves. Stop accepting lies from people that lie to themselves. Look at how people lie to themselves. I'm not obese. It's not my fault I'm fat. They blame all their problems on everybody else. God, this is so pretty. Hungry. Yeah, I don't look. I'm gonna say this one last time. I have zero interest of dating. Zero. I've not been looking for a man. I've not been interested in a man, and I have not talked to anyone that I was remotely interested in over 10 years. I've been single by choice for about 5 now, because everyone I try to talk to get mad and then tries to destroy me because they don't get what they want from me. But let me explain something to you. If somebody comes into your life, if they come into your life showering you with gifts, love bombing you, and then 3 months later they turn cold and all of a sudden they're trying to come for your throat, don't be surprised. That person had evil intent and they are trying to destroy you because they did not get what they wanted from you. And that's a good sign. That's God working for you, exiling them out of your life. Because if they cared about you, they wouldn't have been playing games with you from the start. If they cared about you, they would have listened to you and not called you paranoid when people are actually stalking you and you have tons of video of it. If they cared about you, they would have not been comparing you to their fucking ex, trying to make you into her, okay? Because they got undealt with trauma, honey, okay? They're not screwed right. People that care about you will try to help you advance in your life. They will actually try to help you without any stipulations. There's not going to be conditioning. There's not going to be talk of sex. There's not going to be talk of a relationship when you've made it perfectly clear that you cannot date. The reason you can't date is because every time you get around somebody, they act the same. I'm not a normal girl. I'm a girl that went through such severe trauma. My brain looks like a war veteran's brain who saw his fucking buddies explode. People don't listen. I have CPTSD. When you try to get close to me, I'm ready to cut you. It triggers me because every person I've ever come in contact with has tried to use me for the purpose of sex. They have tortured me. I was a victim for 20 years. I was held captive. What part of being held captive for 20 years and raped on a daily basis does people not understand? And then you try to get close to me with money. And then you get butthurt when you don't get the result that you want. Same shit, different day. The only difference today is I can pinpoint the narcissism and the moment that the gaslighting starts. And I want y'all to know, you know when somebody's gaslighting you. You know the exact moment that your failed relationship started failing. Your eyes saw what they saw. You know what happened in that scenario. And your partner gaslight you. Gaslight you. And you allowed it. You accept those answers and you allow the gaslighting by staying. Everybody has this pivotal moment in a toxic relationship where they can pinpoint where it went south. And you accepting their lies and their gaslighting is only going to make the problem worse. By staying in that relationship, it will only snowball into more toxicity. You have to walk away. That behavior will never get better. Most people that gaslight like that, I don't even think that they notice they do it. I think I think they're so good at manipulation. They've done it for so long that they have a pattern that they fall into when trying to re-victimize a victim, and they don't even recognize it. Me stating that I suffer from extreme CPTSD that's all I should have to say. That's all I should have to say. Unfortunately, I have to say this every day. Everybody's coming looking if I want a boyfriend. If I wanted a boyfriend, honey, and I wanted to be abused some more by some poor soul that needs healing himself, I'd be with my fucking ex in $1 million house. Part of the reason I live in a car is because I escaped that to save my soul, okay? And to save my mental health. You know, some people put themselves in these situations and they can't understand why somebody would leave that type of situation because they're so brainwashed into being normal, they've just accepted it. Sorry that it seems so far-fetched that you should love yourself before you start trying to love other people. Like, I'm sorry that offends people. They take it personal because they're living in shitty-ass relationships. Instead of listening and trying to make a plan to escape it, they just stay and start hating me. I love it. Absolutely, Anthony. Trust is the most important thing. When you come to my channel and you've had 10 different screen names, I don't trust you. That goes for women and men. One day you come back, you're like, oh, my name is Sally, and and the account was just started 2 months ago. So that's somebody I've already blocked. For those that don't know, I use the block button religiously. Let me tell you why. Because YouTube has created a platform for bullying, and I'm not listening to it. If you want to bully me, come bully me in a boxing ring. The offer still stands. My email is at the top of this page. If you want to box her, we can box. But you don't want to do that. Nobody wants to be real. I'm standing on word by blocking all these motherfuckers that got something negative to say. We don't need that negativity here. This channel is going to be different than any other channel, and it already is. The negative comments, you can shove them up your ass because they're going to be added to a block list when this video's over. You know what I mean? There's billions of people in the world. I ain't got to listen to this negativity. You ain't going to gaslight me. You ain't going to victim blame me. You ain't going to say that I'm the reason that my life looks like this. I'll be damned. I'll be damned. And one day, 30, 40, 50 years from now, when it's all fucking revealed, I'll be sitting here the same bitch that I was now. Still running that shit talker. Because I got God standing on my side. Always have. Always have. People will say, oh, where's the people that I robbed? Where's the people that I fucked over? Where's the people that I cheated on? Where's the people that I stole from? I've never done the things that people have done to me. Ever. It's because I'm pretty. See, if I was ugly, if I was butt-ass ugly and 200 pounds, everybody be over here feeling sorry for me. But because I don't want your fucking pity or your fucking opinion, then I'm problematic. Why is it that women who have backbone, they're labeled the problem? Wasn't it Plato that said something like that? I think it was. What did Plato say about being a difficult person that went against the grain? Plato saw the importance of individuals who challenge social norms and conventions, believing that questioning the status quo was necessary for intellectual and moral development, and it absolutely is. The moment that we accept things for what they are, the moment the world starts crumbling to fucking pieces like it is right now. Daring to speak truth to power and resisting injustice, even if it meant facing ridicule or prosecution. Honey, it's like my life. It's like I'm reading about my life from fucking kindergarten to now. It's like I'm reading about my life. It's crazy. True happiness and fulfillment comes from aligning oneself with justice and wisdom rather than confronting the popular opinion or seeking material success. That's what Plato felt. And I have to agree. There was a quote, a famous quote by him though. Does anybody know it? Anyways, there's a truth quote by him that I really enjoy and I can't find it. Yeah, you create all of these fake accounts and then you wonder why I don't trust you. Well, are you married? Your wife going through your phone? Why you done had 10 accounts? And it was over 10, y'all. Because when he left off, it was like PBJ 8. And there was 4 other accounts prior to that. It was like he had a new account every fucking week. And then you want to sit here and make me out to be the bad guy. Like, you blew it. You fucking blew it. You blew it. I think it's sad. It really is. I'm very clear. I'm like, oh, I need you to be mature. Like, I'm looking for a partner that can, like, you know, be mature. And he's sitting here joking about sad things. Like, oh, and I'll never forget, this fool asked me one time, he's like, oh, tell me something great about your childhood. And I said, I can't really think of anything because, you know, I grew up in fucking foster care. What, is there something I can say? Seriously, what can I say differently? Do I need to like be like, oh, I was violently beat, starved, and sexually molested some more in foster care? I don't really have many memories of my childhood that are good. You would think that basically stating I grew up in foster care would be enough for fucking people to understand. And while I'm speaking of this, for those that don't know, let me give you some information and actual facts on children in foster care. When someone tells you from now on that they grew up in foster care, just know they had a horrible fucking childhood. It's crazy. I can't be the only one that knows the truths about the world, y'all. Are people, has the government lied this much that people just genuinely don't know the realities? Is this what God is leading me to tell people what fucking happens to these children? Because I am really baffled as to how modern society does not know the truth. And then when these young boys and girls turn 18 years old, guess where they go after foster care? The Department of Corrections. I was fucking doomed from the start. I don't understand why these things are not talked about. I don't understand why most people don't know this. I don't know why this fool would ask me to tell him great memories of my fucking childhood when I don't even have one that fucking exists. It's like he was trying to troll me and upset me all the time, and that's what he did. When he would ask me questions like that, it would infuriate me. Which, of course, he's a narcissist. He gets excitement out of that. I was his supply. He gives me money to pay bills, dangling it like a carrot in front of my face. And then he gets to have contact with me through the phone, texting, and gets to upset me every day, ignore me, go missing on me, hurt my feelings. You know what I mean? It was the weirdest thing, but it's, I knew what was happening as it was going on, and I have notes. Do y'all want to read some of the notes? I'll read that. Well, let me get back to these statistics, and I'll read you some of the journal entries and how uncomfortable I was when he was sending me money, and I knew what he wanted. He wanted me to come out to Texas and date him. They always want you to move to where they are and date them so they can trap you even more, honey. People are so stupid that they don't realize that I know this game by now. This is why my life looks like this. I had a family member that done this to me, and I also dated somebody for 6 years that done this to me, and that was my last, solid relationship. Since then, I allow people to text me. If they talk sense, then I'll text them back and we can get to know each other. But I won't even think about meeting somebody until I know that I can trust them, that they are going to be respectful, they are going to have my back, they are going to be loyal. I don't have to worry about my life being in danger. I don't have to worry about them trying to set me up. Y'all, listen, I have people that think I'm a horrible person, and they will pay money just to try to have access to me so that they can try to find dirt on me so that they can go to some other channel and talk about it. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It makes me feel crazy to go through it. It's like I can't trust anybody because now I'm a channel owner and I got all these other people coming out of the woodworks trying to get their teeth into me, trying to manipulate me, trying to swindle their ways into my life. I came to YouTube for help and it's caused nothing but more problems. And now I'm even in a worse situation than I was back in October of last year. And I shouldn't be dealing with any of this. If this person cared about me, they would have helped me get on my fucking feet till I could have made my own money. And you know what? If they would have done that for me, I would have went to Texas to meet him. That's what, I loved my ex. I was never with him for money. It's just crazy how people will be so dead set on ass that they miss out on the best opportunity of their lives because they don't want to be patient. I am suffering with extreme CPTSD. The last thing I need to be doing is fucking dating when the trauma came from dating. I am not a broken woman. I am much better off than most people, honey. I'm not a broken woman. I might have been 5 years ago when I was still getting sexually abused by my fucking uncle, but not today. I'm not a broken woman. I'm the strongest woman you'll ever fucking meet. One study showed that more than 90% of youth One study showed that more than 90% of youth in foster care with 5 or more moves will become involved in the juvenile justice system and the Department of Corrections. So, when children are taken as infants, they're probably placed with a temporary foster home. If they are small enough, they might have a chance to get adopted. Those are not the children that are my concern, and that's only like a small percentage, less than 1 out of 4. 77% of children in the foster care system will end up in the Department of Corrections. This is a pipeline for the Department of Corrections. For the first 18 years, they get federal funding to fucking house that child. Then for the rest of their life, they bounce in and out of the criminal justice system because they don't know how to read, they don't know how to write, they were fucking left behind because they were raised by the foster care system, they moved home 12 times before they aged out of the fucking system. And then for the rest of their life, the Department of Corrections, the government gives the Department of Corrections more federal funding. So if you think about this in the larger scheme of things, this is a system that has been built to enslave fucking people. And I know most of y'all think that the foster care system is to help children. They're disproportionately harmed more throughout their foster care stay, statistically speaking. They're re-victimized over and over and over and over and over. And then they end up in the Department of Corrections. 77% and 90% of youth in foster care that had 5 or more homes, most do, let me just tell you, okay? I had an actual family, and I still went to over half a dozen foster homes. I was taken from my biological parents, and I was placed in a home, and then I was given back to my parents, and then I was placed in a home, and the state would come in and take me again and place me in another home. And I did that my entire childhood. From 6 years old until I aged out of the system at 16. My parents, till 16. For over 10 years. And I had over half a dozen homes. This study says that 90% of youth in foster care with 5 or more moves will become involved in the criminal justice system. So I was doomed from the start. You think social workers don't know these stats? If they don't, they should. They shouldn't be a social worker if they don't. The more they have to replace those children, the more propensity for criminal activity later in life. Don't ever ask a foster child how their fucking upbringing was. Within 18 months of foster children becoming emancipated and aging out of the system, 40 to 50% become homeless. But the state's doing such a great job. Foster care is just amazing. It's amazing. 40 to 50% of children become homeless once they age out of the system. The state says, oh, you're 18, good luck. We know you don't know how to read or do math because you never got an ample. Let me explain something to y'all. When you're moving that much, you can't get a baseline of any subject. You can't even get an understanding of a subject such as math, language arts, social studies. I forgot them all. When you're moving from place to place to place, your new educators don't know where you're at. Yeah, they give you a placement test, but it's all bullshit, y'all. It's all bullshit. You're forgotten about. You don't get an education. I'm just so sick of the fucking lies. 65% of foster children who age out of the system, 65% need immediate housing. There's nowhere for them to go. That's why they end up on the streets, in and out of jail. And then You go down to your local bodega and there's 2 or 3 homeless people out there drinking at 6 o'clock in the morning. Go ask them how many times they moved foster homes when they were a child. I bet you 1 out of 3, probably 2 out of 3, grew up in foster care. We have a broken system in this country, from education to foster care into the Department of Corrections. And they all flow together. There's a pipeline. They all flow together. Disproportionately, children who grow up in these types of environments, group homes, foster homes, guardian ad litem homes, temporary foster placements, disproportionately their education is not kept track of. They don't educate them. Some studies suggest a higher percentage, with one indicating that 50% of foster youth become homeless after turning 18. And these are children just like me that have no mother, no father. All of their relatives are dead. And they have no resources, nor skills or education. What did you expect them to do? It's a miracle that I've made it this far after learning about this. It's a miracle that I am the person that I am today after reading about this. This was my upbringing. Around half of the homeless population in the United States has experienced time in foster care. Boom. Boom! And you can best believe that it's higher than that. Around half of the homeless population in the United States has experienced time in foster care. Well, there's our answer. Where are all these homeless people coming from? Oh, they're society's leftovers, you know? Nationwide, over 50% of the homeless population spent time in foster care. Nationwide. This is a nationwide problem. And disproportionately, it is the African American community that is affected the most. Black children coming from poverty are taken more and they're surrendered more. We have approximately, I think, close to 500,000 children in foster care in this country right now, and the majority of those are black children. Poverty and crime go hand in hand, and so does foster care and the criminal justice system. The majority of children that go through the foster care system will end up in the Department of Corrections. So the next time you see a homeless person and you're wondering how they got in that position, there's like over a 50% chance that they grew up in the foster care system and they were simply forgot about. They were never taught things. They were not taught to read. They couldn't. They were moving every fucking year, going through more abuse. It's just crazy that anybody would ever ask me how my time in the foster care system was. What good memories do you have of your childhood? Well, I don't know. I don't know, Kev. Maybe the question should have been, out of all of your abusers, Brooke, the damn dozen of men that sexually molested you before you were 18, which incident least affected you? You know, like that's a real conversation. Like, which one bothered you the least? You know, I mean, I don't know how I get on here and I open up about the things that have happened to me, and someone could come to me and ask me positive things for me to reiterate to them about my childhood. It's like, you're clearly not listening. You're clearly not listening. Only 52% of foster youth graduate high school by age 19, compared to 87% of their peers. Less than 2% earn a degree. Less than 2% of foster children earn a degree. Because you don't have the resources. You don't have the resources to go to school. And if you're living on the streets, you couldn't anyways. You're not getting any sleep. You don't have regular food. You don't have your basic needs being met. You can't get out here and work a job and go to school and be a functioning member of society if your basic needs are not being met. It's crazy to me how society views these poor people. Approximately almost 20,000 young people age out of the foster care system every year. Every year, we have approximately 20,000 children that age out of the system, and 65% of those need immediate housing, and there's nowhere for them to go. So over 50% of them will end up actually living on the streets, statistically speaking. You know, it's crazy to me that the federal government can come in and take these children and then put them in a worse situation than some of their upbringings. You know, you can have your kids taken for just about anything nowadays. Refusing to get a vaccine. Refusing to vaccinate at all. You know, someone can call and make a lie on you and say that they saw you doing something. And the next thing you know, you're being charged with child abuse and you never even did it. It's that simple. That simple. And Lord forbid if you already have a criminal record, that's enough to indict you on charges that you didn't do. That's what happened to me. So just because I was a felon, they said, oh, she had to do this, and they indicted me. There was no evidence. There was a huge lack of evidence. There was no evidence to support these claims at all. And it was because I was a felon, because I got in a fight with 2 girls when I was 18. They're like, oh, she got assault with a deadly weapon. She had to have done this. This is how easy it is for our criminal justice system to re-victimize victims of the criminal justice system. It's crazy. Judy, that was you. That was you yes. I remember now. That was you. Let me tell you, let me give a hypothetical scenario. Let's say, what's the best way I can do this? All right, let's say that you're taking your son to the daycare, and you and some girl at daycare has words, and you can tell you don't like her, she don't, and it's just some passive aggressive little argument, right? In Rockingham. Jesus fucking Christ. That's the worst. I can only imagine. Look at what they did to me. That was the Planet Fitness county. Same one. Let's say that you and your babysitter have words. Y'all don't like each other. It's a daycare. She decides to call okay, let's say your son fell down and he has a cut on his knee. Okay? You took him to the park. Kids get hurt. This is what they do. You take him to daycare. The daycare worker says something. You're like, yeah, he fell down and got a cut on his knee. Well, you already know that the daycare worker doesn't like you. You can feel that passive-aggressive tension. And you can tell she probably sits around talking about you all day. And so, anyways, you show up for work and the cops are there. And they surround you. And they tell you that the daycare worker said that she thinks that you're abusing your son. Well, as it just so happens, 20 years ago, you were busted with methamphetamine. You sure you were? You were an 18 little rowdy bitch out here. Did they snort that or eat it? I don't know. You were out here doing that meth. Oh, they smoke it. Raccoon. The raccoon smoking a meth pipe. They smoke it. Okay. You were out here at 18 years old being a rowdy bitch, but then you met the love of your life. Y'all had a kid together. And you've been a working woman, honey. So you were busted for possession of methamphetamine 20 years prior. Social services then proceeds to take your son from you and do an investigation. Well, they doctor the drug test and say that your son had methamphetamine in his system, and you never see your son again. That easy. Unless you have $10,000, $50,000 to hire an attorney, you're screwed. You're screwed. And don't say that they can't doctor. They can do whatever they want, honey. This is the government. They've done it to thousands of mothers. Thousands. They can say whatever they want. And they will. And here's the thing. Even if he didn't have meth, let's say that he didn't have meth, you're still going to have to jump through hoops, pass drug tests, blah, 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 take parenting classes, da-da-da-da-da, probably do an inpatient and or outpatient rehab, all based on the fact that you got busted with methamphetamine 20 years ago. The fact that you were in trouble prior and or that you had a drug history prior The state's going to treat you like you still have it ongoing, honey. It's crazy. It's crazy the power that they have. Crazy. Oh, you're falling. They can do all kinds of shit. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Rockingham County. That's crazy, Judy. That's exactly where they locked me up for crimes I didn't commit, and I had to fight for 2 months, 3 months to get them dismissed. And then they wouldn't even dismiss it the way that they should have. They wanted to play fucking games, of course. You know what I mean? Like, so now y'all realize y'all done fucked up and I was a victim of a crime, and now y'all are trying to fix it, but y'all don't want to admit that you were wrong. So you almost want me to take some kind of fucking plea. It's crazy. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have cussed them ugly bitches out, but you know, they're lucky I didn't rip their fucking heads off. They don't know who they're fucking with. If I didn't have too much to lose, honey, somebody would have been life flighted again. You know what I mean? I'm sick of this shit. And you can look at them bitches that tell they haters, drug addicts. The eyes don't lie, honey. And that one bitch I saw high, she was high as fuck. The fat one was high as fuck in my face telling me I need a home. Bitch, you need a rehab. Get your high ass the fuck up out my face. You stupid hoe. Hair falling out, eyes looking all crazy. Looking like you got cotton candy on top of your head. Damn Tweedledum and Tweedledoo over here. Shit was crazy, and all of that was just a bunch of hate. That's eating. Yeah, this loser asked me, tell me something great about your childhood. It's just so fucking out of touch, and people are like, I'm sorry. How can I put it? If I come to you and I keep bugging you about what color the sky is, eventually you're going to get annoyed. If I'm like, hey, what color is the sky? When I can clearly see it myself. Like, how many times will I have to say, hey, the sky looks great? Or, you know, what color is the sky? What color is the sky? What color is the sky? How long do I have to say that before you get annoyed? It's annoying, you know? That place is rough. So they did a study on the conditions of foster care, and I'm just going to read this to you because it's crazy. Findings indicate that these girls had significant histories of maltreatment, chronic health issues, and foster care placement instability. 84% of the girls had been physically abused while in foster care. 84% of children, girls, had been re-victimized, physically abused. 95% were victims of ongoing abuse by biological parents. 78%, sexual abuse was reported 81%, and 68% were sexually abused by more than one individual. These are children from foster care. And 78% of children, it looks like people that were being investigated, 78% were victims of ongoing abuse by their biological parents. Most of those cases, those children were probably taking place somewhere else. But 84% still receive more physical abuse later on in foster care. So they're removed from one home for physical abuse or sexual abuse, and it's usually sexual abuse. Biological fathers wreak havoc on little girls' lives, statistically speaking. And secondary fathers. All you ladies out here dating these weirdos and you got your children around them, I just want you to know that there's a 17% chance that man's going to molest your daughter. 17% chance. That's too much for me, honey. That's like, what, 1 out of 5, 1 out of 4 is a pervert. It's too much. Sexual abuse was reported by 81%. 68% were sexually abused by more than one individual. 95% were neglected. 51% of those, neglect was classified as severe or chronic. These girls demonstrated a variety of behavioral problems that placed them at high risk for multiple foster care placements, which can negatively impact upon their well-being and health. Whether in healthcare settings, schools, the workplace, community, inpatient, or psychiatric settings, nurses and other healthcare providers have access to children and their foster care caregivers. Nurses and other healthcare clinicians are in an ideal position to provide a safe clinical environment. Clinical environment contributing to the health, education, and support of these girls, but they don't. No one is more hated than he who speaks the truth. Plato. Ain't that the truth? And God talks about that in Revelation, how the closer we get to the end of times, people who speak truth will be condemned and prosecuted. And I already knew that. Maybe that's what my childhood was for. Seriously, maybe that's my childhood was to prepare me for this, for speaking truth for the rest of my life, because it's all I've ever spoke. Maybe that's what this childhood was for. You know, also, though, when we have a breakdown of the healthcare system and people that don't know how to do their jobs more, this stuff is going to be misreported more often, and that's already been the case. So many parents have had their children wrongly taken in recent years since my daughter was stolen from me in 2018, and it's been about 7 years now. I'm able to, kind of talk about the fact that this happened to me. For the longest time, I couldn't even say that because it was just so bad. Sorry, I got some dude over here with his dog. It broke me so bad that I couldn't even talk about it for the longest time. It's really disturbing how people can all lie on you, and then the state can indict you for things you didn't do, and then you never see your kids again. It's past illegal. It's past a civil rights violation, and one day I plan to take that up. As I've said, there's no statute of limitations for what they done to me. None. And there's lawyers that were present that will speak up for me in court, without a doubt. My attorney actually spoke up for me in court and stood up in open court and said, this is a violation of her rights. Y'all can't do that. Y'all are literally stealing a child right now. This is all on court record. And, so that lady, I know that if I need her, and when I do need her, she'll be there to tell a federal court what Alamance County did to me and my child. And I plan on it one day. This is why I fight, because it's going to be known what happened. It's so fucked up what they did. So fucked up. They tried to kill me. That was what they were hoping. And I played into it. After they stole my daughter, I relapsed. I'd been clean for a while, and I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. That's what they're trying to make you do. All you ladies out here having to fight social services, what they're really trying to do is stress you out to the point to where you relapse and or you fuck up and you never see your child again. They don't want to help you. Those are not your fucking friend. Their goal is to take your child. Their goal is to not help your child. It's to take your child. This has become some petty high school fucking game where these social workers, they play with people's lives. They have consistently. And all they got to do is say something and it becomes word. It doesn't even have to be true. That's the power that the government gives them. The government pretty much like ordains them, and they say anything you say and put on paper, we'll take it as your word. As though humans are not subject to lie and be petty and jealous and racist. Because that's why my child was taken. I got in an argument with a black social worker. She absolutely hated me. 300-pound beast of a bitch. She looks like that damn statue they put in Times Square. That despicable, disgusting. What did that bitch ever do? Did y'all see that fucking monument that they erected in freaking New York? Eric Adams threw millions of dollars at this horrendous statue. I mean, how despicable. How do we go from founding fathers who wrote the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence to some bitch that looked like she just got done doing a shopping spree at Walmart getting all 12 of her kids' groceries? Horrible statue erected in Times Square. So I'm guessing since ain't nobody talking about this, y'all ain't seen this. It's a 12-foot bronze sculpture. So they take down our founding fathers and they erect whatever the fuck this is. What is that? What is that? What is that? How do we go from our founding fathers and our beautiful history to this? A 12-foot plus size. We didn't need that. We can see it. We can see it. We already know. That's the description they left. This bitch. I don't know who you are, but I love you, lady. This bitch. Oh my God, it's uncanny. I love you, lady. See, we need more people like this in the world. I love how she can laugh at herself. She said, I'm honored to be the statue in Times Square, but I need a redo. Lord, she is so funny. I want to hug you. You're awesome. We should go get drinks together. Ah! Yeah, so we went from our founding fathers to this. Thank Eric Adams. I mean, when's the last time that New York was irrational? Are we even surprised? I mean, listen, maybe they're calling it a DEI statue. I mean, really though, how do we go from men who fought in wars to some woman that simply knows how to eat? I mean, let's be fucking for real. What skills she look like she have? Listen, if you want people to respect you, you need to hold yourself like you're somebody you're responsible for. That is a disgrace. That was a waste of taxpayers' money. It's disrespectful. Is there any awesome other people? Let's see if there's any inventors, scientists. Do they have any doctors that are notable in freaking New York? Is there anybody that we could have monetized? Like, for real though. Who's a wonderful scientist in New York? Oh, there's a few that's received Nobel Prize winners. Stanley Winningham and the New York Academy of Sciences. Hold on one second. What did he do? Oh God, he wrote some fucking paper called Great Immigrant, Great American. Yeah, you can be if you come here and assimilate properly and not become a damn invasive species, honey. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm over here trying to find a good one, and here's some more Google bullshit. I'm sure you do think that's great, Google. Well, you know, maybe this is why they put her up there. Because there's no wonderful, where's all the good people? Where's all the damn? Wait a second, this keeps coming up, so I gotta go into this, because is this what started the immigration problems? Nobel Prize winning chemist M. Stanley Whittingham, this is the same guy, he wrote some thesis. It's called Great Immigrants, Great America. It was on the 2020's best readers list, and he actually wrote this as Nobel Literature in 2019. Okay, so this isn't bad. I thought it was like an immigration plan. It says that it was a list of great immigrants today. I love this. It was a book honoring 38 naturalized citizens who have enriched and strengthened our nation and our democracy through their contributions and actions. That's the American dream, right? Damn, they got it better than me. That's the American dream. To come here and build a life for yourself and a career and give back. Each 4th of July since 2016, the Philanthropic Foundation has invited Americans to celebrate these individuals by participating in its online tribute, Great Immigrants, Great Americans. Quote, I came to America to pursue research and interest, and I'm happy that I found myself working at organizations and institutions that empowered me to conduct research that felt impactful. I'm honored to be included in this group of outstanding American immigrants. You know, common sense goes a long way. When I talk about illegal immigration, and I still feel the same, and actually I don't think that birthright citizenship, they should have a right to stay in this country. When we're talking about immigrants that immigrate the right way, as I've said in the past, and as I keep reiterating, that's the goal. We want people that want to come here to do good, not, kill people like Little Miss Jocelyn or Rachel or all the other women that were killed. It's crazy. They've been catching drugs, gang members. ICE has deported thousands of people, and most of these people are criminals. The ones that came through this country illegally, they're being deported, and they should be, because they're criminals and they've been wreaking havoc on this country. Look at Springfield, look at Aurora, look at New York, look at North Carolina. All of those states, they've just become, Massachusetts, they're really struggling right now because of the crime and illegal immigration. Even places like Springfield, Ohio, people's insurance started going up because of all of the illegal immigrants on the roads getting in car accidents. There were 2 people that was killed in Springfield. A little old lady checking her mail. Some immigrant hit her. He had no license, no tags, here illegally. And there was another one that hit a school bus of children and killed a little boy. Same situation. Why do you care so much if you're not fucking illegal? Are you illegal? Are you illegal? Are they looking for you? People don't even realize that by talking about these things, I care more than they do about their own fucking well-being. You got to be really dumb not to realize that I care more about your fucking rights than you do. What just happened for the past 5 years? All of our money was given to who? Why are we broke right now? How many trillions of dollars went to illegal immigration as Americans suffered, were kicked out of their Section 8 homes so illegal immigrants could move in there? Who do you think that happened to? That happened in New York. That was all black people. That was all of them. Hundreds of black people were removed forcibly out of their apartments that they lived in for decades, and those people were replaced with immigrants. But I'm a fucking racist. Don't you think if I was fucking racist, I'd be clapping like a seal for all them people, black people being put on the fucking streets? People need to get it together. I had black family before I had white family. They need to get it together. So this is great. I think this is great. This was a bunch of American immigrants that immigrated here the proper way. They went through the port of entry. They applied for a visa. It was approved. They paid tens of thousands of dollars to come here and work their asses off to build a successful life, and they gave back to the community, as they should. Love that. When I first saw it, though, I thought it was saying like I thought that was Kamala's blueprint for everything that went down for the past 4 or 5 years, or Joe's blueprint. People are crazy. Why is it that a black woman can bully me, but if I say, oh, I'm being bullied by a black woman, then I'm the problem? I don't think a lot of people have been in a lot of different social circles. I really don't. I really don't. I think some people they stay in their own kind of little group. They don't know the realities of the real world. I've been disproportionately attempted to be bullied by black women, and I talk about it. If that offends you, then you might be one of them black women to be out here trying to bully little white girls. If you know what I speak is true, then you was probably one of them old white girls that was getting bullied by some woman up in damn Walmart. Listen, if you don't want to fit the stereotype, then don't act the stereotype. You know, the great thing about having free will is you get to choose how people perceive you. You get to choose, well, in a small sense, but you get to choose how you put yourself out there and how you behave. So if you don't want to be known as an angry black woman, then maybe don't act like one. I didn't like being known as a junkie, so I got clean. See? That's how that works. I got clean, so they couldn't call me a junkie anymore. And it doesn't really matter if they do now because I know I'm clean, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean? If it bothers you that bad, then why not work on the issue instead of taking it personal, getting defensive, and leaning even more into that bad character quality? Some of my best friends are black women. They don't act like that. Not like the ones I got to run into in Walmart that are angry at the world trying to start some shit. You know, like the two heavy-set beached whales that was waiting for me at the start of the Walmart entrance. I think it was like last year or year after last. Remember, I went in to use the bathroom. Let me tell you. I pull up at a Walmart. It's late night. I realized I've never been to this. I had been to that Walmart, but it was during the day. At night, it changes. It becomes the party spot. People are out there drinking liquor. The whole parking lot smells like marijuana. When the sun goes down in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the Walmarts get crazy, okay? It's the chill spot for teenagers. It's the chill spot for the employees. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So I park my truck and I have to use the bathroom. I go to walk into Walmart and I notice way down the parking lot that there are two heavyset black women, okay, with a combined weight of maybe 1,000 pounds. I'm not exaggerating. I don't even know how they were walking. Well, they weren't. They were sitting on a stoop. And then there's a heavyset security guard out there. I knew immediately by the looks in their eyes we were going to have problems. So when I passed by them, I said, hey, how y'all doing? And they all and I was like, Jesus Christ, what is wrong with people? So I was literally the only white person on the premises. It's so crazy how people want to scream racism. And I can't even walk into a fucking Walmart without it being right in my fucking face. Like, what are you doing over here? You ain't supposed to be over here. And Lord forbid you roll up at one of these types of Walmarts and you're doing some grocery shopping. They're going to have security follow you around the store because you're white. They think you're over there trying to steal. Anyways, so I come out of the Walmart and sure enough, the security is like trying to knock my door down. He scratched my car. We got into a huge screaming match. The cops had to show up. And it was all because I was white. 100%. 100%. It's crazy how people can scream something and they're the ones that behave that way. Sure do. They sure do. You know, people who are morbidly obese like that, they have a certain bitterness in them. That self-loathing comes out in petty, childish behaviors, and really it stems from a lack of self-love. They're angry at their condition and they behave like little children. It's sad. I've had more fat women try to bully me than any other people. Yep. Yeah, Winston-Salem is crazy. Winston-Salem, it's so crazy we're talking about them again. But Winston-Salem gave over 67% of their funding for 3 years to illegal immigrants. 67% of federal funding went to illegal immigration in Forsyth County, North Carolina. Fact check me. Good luck with that because it took me forever to find that. There's articles out there.
There's articles out there. 67% from 2020 to 2023. 67% of federal funding went to illegal immigration in Winston-Salem. That means white people, black people. This is why every time I would go in social services, there'd be no white people or black people. They know just not to not even come and ask for help. They were being evicted out of their apartments so illegal immigrants could be put in their spot. Black people, let me be clear, black people were being disproportionately led into homelessness by the Department of Social Services so that they could house illegal immigrants. Since I'm so fucking racist. It was black people being affected in Winston-Salem. More black people were harmed in Winston-Salem from 2020 till 2025, in my opinion, economically than ever before. Maybe the 1930s, if Winston was even around then. But y'all don't understand how problematic the immigration problems have been in North Carolina. Now, North Carolina has been a hot spot for legal immigration for decades, specifically Hispanic. See a lot of Hispanics there, okay? But right after COVID and the illegal, when they opened the border, the Department of Social Services stopped taking care of their own and got on the same track as New York when it came to like these sanctuary cities. Winston-Salem, Greensboro, and so many more counties that I can't think of off the top of my head. They have been operating like sanctuary cities for 5 years. So if you're in that area and you wonder why things are so bad, that's why. Because they allowed a mass influx of illegal immigrants that they knew were illegal to come into the city and wreak fucking havoc. Hold on one second. I saw another statistic on that last night and I took a screenshot. I gotta tell y'all something else too that I just read. According to a study by the Federation for American Immigration Reform, illegal aliens and their children cost North Carolina $3.1 billion, with each illegal alien costing the state around $5,000. So North Carolinians, if you're wondering why things are so bad and they continue to get bad, because they're facilitating this bullshit. You are living in a sanctuary state without even realizing it. And you're watching the local news, so they're gaslighting you even more, honey. I know you're watching the local news because everybody watches the local news there. Nobody gets their news from around the world like you should be. Look at what damn the Middle East or India or Australia is saying about your home state. Wake the fuck up. The media is bought and paid for. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. 67% of funding went to illegal immigration. Funding that was supposed to be used for housing, WIC, food stamps, stuff for American citizens who need help, like our veterans, the homeless, people struggling with mental health problems, people who struggle with addiction problems. 67% went to illegal aliens. So going back to the foster care thing, I just saw, here it is. So there's approximately 407 foster children in care right now. The foster care to prison pipeline this is a whole thing, refers to the funneling of children in foster care into juvenile detention centers or adult incarceration. By age 17, over 50% of foster children will have had an encounter with the juvenile legal system through arrest, conviction, or detention. 50% by 17. They're doomed from the start, y'all, and they're not educating them because they're in the foster care system. In addition, 25% of youth in foster care will be involved with the criminal legal system within 2 years of leaving foster care. If a child is moved 5 or more placements, they are at 90% risk of being involved with the criminal legal system, and most of them are. Most of them are passed from home to home to home to home until they age out at 18. From the war on drugs to the school to prison pipeline, researchers have continuously traced waves of mass incarceration to the political atmosphere. The most recent trend, the foster care to prison pipeline, is no different. Despite fewer children entering foster care today as compared to 3 years ago, they do so good until they lie. That is not my belief, but whatever. These things have gotten worse, and we have more children in care right now needing homes than ever before, is my belief. In fact, one study showed that 70% of former foster care youth was arrested at least once by the age of 26. So if 50% of them are being incarcerated as a juvenile by the age of 17, and then an additional 70% of them, okay, and we don't have 70, an additional 70 is incarcerated by 26, that number is probably higher. Well, it said 90% at risk of being involved with the criminal justice system, so I guess that makes sense. It's just, it's not good. It's not good at all. It's almost like if you grow up in foster care, then you're just going to be an inmate. That's what these statistics, 90% chance. Let me read it. If a child is moved 5 or more placements, they are at 90% risk of being involved with the criminal justice system. 50% of them go to jail before 17, and another 70% is arrested before the age of 26. Oh, and let's not forget, 65% of them need housing by the time they age out, and an additional 40 to 50% end up homeless when they age out of the system. But we have all this government funding that goes to help these children, right? Right? It's crazy. What's the race breakdown for foster care children? So there's actually more white children, made up 43%, black and African American children made up 23%, and these statistics, I can already tell you, are going to be different for different reasons. Like the white children, that's mainly going to be because of drugs and abuse. The black children is going to be because of poverty, abuse, and environmental, reasons. These things are going to be different per race because each race has their own problems. And I'm not saying that these things can't intertwine. I'm just saying statistically, we see more white people getting strung out on meth and opiates. Each race of people has their drugs of choice, believe it or not. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm not saying blacks don't do heroin. It's just a lot less rare than whites. You see different drugs in different areas with different ethnicities going towards different types of drugs. Hispanic children, 22%, and those identifying as more races is 8%. What percentage of white children are taken by the foster care system because of drugs? %36% of white children entering the foster care system in 2017 was because of parental drug use, like I said. So, yeah. hold on. What percentage of black children are taken because of drugs? Let's see the difference in the stats, because I know it's going to be significant. I just know things. Come on, give me a number. And it looks like 4 out of 10 children are actually taken because of drugs. So why not fix that problem? Hey, Cindy, why not fix that problem? I agree. I'm going to call you Nick. Knick-knack. I agree. The government does want your children because they're making money off of it. Federal funding. First, they get money when they're children in their custody. Then they get money when they're adults in their custody. Yep. Yeah. They're not your friend. They want your children for money. Some social workers in some states actually get kickbacks. Did you know that? The more children they take, the more money they make. That's the system that we have built. That's the reality of this. So it says 4 in 10 children are taken because of drugs. So why don't we have programs that help mothers and fathers with their drug problems? I'm looking for a number. Hold on. %. So black children constitute 14% of children taken because of parental drug use. Significantly different. I know a lot about the foster care system. I don't even have to look up stats. I just know shit because I lived it. When you've met hundreds of other children in your same exact position that were taken from their family because of abuse, you talk and connect on these issues when you're in foster care. It's the only person you have is the other foster children. So I remember why a lot of my foster siblings were taken from their parents as well. And I remember that most often than not, it was not drugs if it was a black child. Now, if it was a white child, it was more than likely drugs. I guess people handle things differently. Not saying that black mothers can't be drug addicts. It's just that it's not as often as white mothers. But I think that these mothers, where is my headphones, y'all? I think that these mothers should be given drug treatment, and there should be facilities that these mothers go with their children, and after they're done detoxing, they build relationships the proper way under the guise of a clinical psychologist, therapist, and doctors. Do you think we do that? Do we teach mothers how to be mothers in this country? Do we teach mothers how to be mothers in this country? Nope. We don't even help them help themselves. Sure don't. They kick them and they kick them and they kick them and they kick them some more. Society treats mothers horribly. Especially single mothers. There's my headphones, but I don't know where my shoes are. Y'all, it's so hot out there. Yeah, whose kid would they... Exactly. Whose kid would they steal if they were helping them? 97 degrees already. What time is it? Oh, it's 1 o'clock. It's 97 degrees. I'm going to go for a small walk, but I'm not doing anything super because it's so hot already. And matter of fact, I'm going to make me water with something in it. Oh, great. My last pack. Yay. And I don't have any money. I don't even have money to buy water today because I don't have a card, you know. Like, if I had money on my Cash App, I could pay with tap and pay, but there's no money in there. So, I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. I really wonder what's going to happen with me being in this heat. I don't have gas either, so. Listen, been here, done this for 2 years. I can't do nothing about it. I really think people want me to get on here and cry, you know, and I'm not. I refuse. I told y'all last year. After Planet Fitness shit, I said, y'all will never see me fucking cry again. Not unless it's me crying over the state of humanity or fucking economy and somebody else's children or something. Like, you will never see me out here crying like I did last year. I'm not wasting my fucking time. You know, people hate me because of my strength. They do. They want me to fail. They want me to lay down and cry and say, whoa, pitiful me. I'll never do it. I've never been that person to start with. Asking for help is one thing. Laying down and admitting defeat is what people want. And I'm never going to allow my haters to see that, because that's not who I am. The reason society hates me is A, because I tell the truth, and B, because I have strength. I'm a fighter. I always will be. I'm just trying to figure out what God specifically wants me to fight for. I know He's ready to use me. I just don't know in what capacity. You know what I mean? It's frustrating to want to help so many people and have all of the answers and know what you know and not be able to help anybody. I think that people don't care. I think they've just accepted this world for what it is, and that's really sad. Like, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't. At all. Not talking about these things, not like trying to fix them, is only going to make them get worse, you know? I lost my card the other day. Yeah, I've already ordered it. I had to go, so I've never lost a debit card before, so there's a first time for everything. It's not like I'm irresponsible. I have the new phone case, and the way that the phone is set up, I'd put my card, because I didn't have pockets. I'd put my card back here. And it either fell out, or I either opened the phone and it fell out. It's my fault. I'm under a lot of fucking stress. That's another thing. Shit like that happens, and people want to victim blame. And it's like, wait a minute, motherfucker. If you were in my goddamn shoes in 100-degree fucking heat, toasted like a fucking marshmallow, you'd forget everything. And you know what? You'd be worse off than me, because you wouldn't know that you need to drink 3 of these a day just to withstand the heat so that you can focus. It's like, yeah, I fucked up. Oops. At least I can say that. Most people would be like, oh no, somebody stole it or something. I don't fucking know. But like, people never are able to put themselves in my shoes and understand that it's 100 degrees, and that takes a toll on your body when you're out in it from sun up to sun down. Also, not having a regular sleeping schedule, not having a regular eating schedule because you can't afford food, you can't afford water. People never take those environmental circumstances and apply it to me and say, wait a second, the poor girl probably didn't get no sleep last night because somebody off the internet showed up trying to wake her up, slamming their car doors, playing their music, revving their engine, beating on her car, slashing her tires. Everything I'm talking about is already it's happened and it's been recorded. Nobody ever thinks about that. I guess because and here's the thing, I can't talk about that stuff because when I tell you guys that these instances are going on, they get worse. That's how I know my stalkers are watching me, honey. They'll be back the next night trying to do some shit. Across town. Like, I'll go to a different parking spot and these motherfuckers are at it again. I guess people can't conceptualize what it's really like to be homeless. If you want to do that, then go grab you 1 bottle of water, go to your closest park and sit there the entire fucking day. Guess what? Welcome to homelessness. Let me know how the heat and the sun made you feel the next day. My offer still stands. I want to do a social experiment with you guys. Somebody wants to come live in my car for a day, I'll go sleep in your bed for a day. And we'll check in. You got a money limit. You get $20 with an empty tank of gas and no resources. You got to wash your ass. You got to find 3 meals, and you're going to have to stay cool. How are you going to do that? With no job, and go into social services. I would love that. Please, if you're going to go to social services, let me hook you up with a camera before you go so that we have something to laugh at when you come out crying. Everybody's like, oh, ain't there services that you can call? Isn't there a shelter? No, Karen, you're ignorant. No, there's not. No, there's not. And those places are dangerous as fuck, full of drugs and rapists. People have such misconceptions about the way that this country is being ran and the resources for homeless people. So whoever wants to trade lives for a day, I'll drive to you. Send me an email. I'll drive to you. I'll make sure the truck's clean, and you can bring your own sheets if you want to. And I'm being dead ass. This offer has been on the table for like 3 months. Who wants to trade positions? It would really help me. I'd love to use your bathtub and sleep in your big comfortable bed and actually have a refrigerator where I can get something cold to drink. Oh my God, an air-controlled room? Like, it's hot as I'm sitting here. I have the air going and I'm hot. For some reason, people think that I have, because I have AC, that I'm always cool. No, you are hot 24 fucking 7. $20. So I guess you can put 5 in your gas tank and figure out the rest from there. Fun fact, a shower at the truck wash is going to run you 16. So how are you going to make ends meet with $20? You got to get gas, food, and a shower for $20. I don't think most people could do it. And that's probably why I haven't received an email to do this social experiment. I want to know how your body feels. We're going to do it. We're going to do a physical before you get in the car. How does everything feel? You got a headache? Your back hurt? What ailments you got, ho? What ailments? And then when you get done, after 24 hours, we're going to do that again. Let's see how you feel. Whole body hurting, got a migraine, thirsty as hell, can't urinate, ain't been able to shit for a week because you're so dehydrated, you're constipated. Yeah. People have no idea how this physically affects your life. I think that I'm just strong, and so I hold it in a lot. But I would love to do a social experiment with somebody who wants to trade lives for a day. Just to because I know if someone could go through it, they'd come out the other side saying something completely different than what they said going in 24 hours before. This will destroy your spirit, honey. Your spirit. Your will to live. I'm not showing enough grace. I'm not giving enough help. That just means that God is preparing me for something bigger that I can't fathom. Yeah, Susan, I had to go then purchase a new P.O. box since I lost the damn card. I've had that card since like 5-6 years. It was about to expire this coming year. So, never lost a debit card before. Not thinking, rushing around, super stressed out, and lost the damn card. So then I had to go the next morning with my other card, because I have a Truist account, but it's empty. All of my money was in Cash App. So, and I have none there anymore now either. So I'm completely fucked. So I went with that card to take out a P.O. box because I had $110 in savings, and it was actually like $80. Part of that money was for my gym membership, so I'm not going to have that come the 21st. I won't have a gym membership because there's no money in the account. So let me tell y'all something. So that character that tried to show up and help me with his money, remember I told you I blocked him. Well, when I lost my debit card, I decided to text him and be like, hey, I'm having a really bad day. I really wanted somebody to vent to because I was having a horrible day. He said a bunch of rude shit and I blocked him again. But he kept sending me money. He'd send me like $100, $200, whatever, right? He was only doing that to try to get back in my good graces so that I would talk to him again. It's a manipulation tactic. If you look up narcissist and money, there is so much content here on YouTube. It is so helpful. If you are a woman that has been down on her whole life and grew up like I did, and you're semi-pretty, and you've had men come into your life trying to give you money, like dangle a carrot, that is financial narcissism, and you need to look into that, because psychologically speaking, that does something psychologically to you that sometimes is irreversible. It could drive you insane to the point that you end up in a fucking mental hospital for the rest of your goddamn life. Listen to me. You have to get away from a narcissist that is doing shit to your mind like that. You know what you saw, you know where the gaslighting began, and you know this behavior is not going to get better. So you have to get out and save yourself, regardless if it means that you're going to be on the beach today with no water and no gas. Because psychologically, the psychological impact is so much greater than just being without fucking water. I went through absolute hell for 90 days. This son of a bitch tried to drive me insane. I cannot express enough how disturbed people are. You know what I mean? See, clearly. Disturbed. I cannot express. And some of y'all will hate me because y'all wish that a motherfucking man would roll up and pay a motherfucking bill. And that's why they don't, though. You don't get that that's why they don't. Because you ain't got nothing worth giving, ho. See, I'm an empath. Narcissists are going to be drawn to me regardless. Because I'm empathetic. Because I care about all people. Because I want people to be happy. Narcissists are drawn to me because I have all of these lovely, wonderful, intrinsic values. I know this now. I knew this before I even allowed this person to start texting me. This has been a learning experience. Huge learning experience. Men with money, narcissistic men with money, like to use that money to gain power and control over pretty girls. I've said this time and time again, and I've explained this. Why are people lying? Y'all, these robot accounts. Yeah, so what it was he was trying to gain access to me and get me to come to his fucking state or something, and that will never fucking happen. You couldn't even make it through the texting phase. You couldn't even have a real conversation with me. Everything was joking and hee-haw, and it's like, you can't get to know somebody deep down if everything is a joke. Like, that's not how you get to know somebody. It's just crazy to me that society has this fake, it's like a fake expectation of what love should be. Love is earned. Trust is earned. It's not given. People are just out here giving too much for nothing. And I'm sorry, I'm not willing to give myself for nothing. Like, you're not going to toy with me. And if you do, then I'm going to exile you out of my life because you're literally driving me insane with your fucking shenanigans because you don't know how to be mature and an adult. Why would I want to put up with that? The whole reason I'm in this situation is because I left people that acted like that. If you're not going to act any better, then I have nothing for you. Nothing. You know what I mean? Like, at least broken happy, I have peace of mind and peace. I would rather have peace of mind and be poor than be rich and be crazy all the time because some motherfucker is tormenting me psychologically. Not enough is talked about when it comes to psychological torture in these types of toxic relationships. Some of these fucking narcissists, y'all, they will toy with your emotions because that's what makes them happy. That's what a narcissist is. A narcissist is someone who intentionally inflicts pain and gets pleasure out of it. They play with your emotions. They gaslight you. They turn everything around on you. They try to make you constantly look like the bad guy. They want to make it seem like you're incompetent. Oh, God. You're incompetent, but the last stripper they dated fucked them over and still has a drug problem, but here they come to YouTube looking for a new stripper thinking that this stripper is like their old girl, and when they find out that this stripper was forced into stripping, held captive for 2 decades, and actually stands on word, then there's a problem. Who seeks out someone who stripped anyways? That tells you, let me tell you something. You know who goes in strip clubs? Perverts. No respectable man has ever went in a strip club. Respectable men would not be caught dead on the fucking premises, honey. That's a weak man that goes into a strip club. That's a weak man that buys OnlyFans. That's a weak man that constantly watches porn. That is not a strong man. Not all men are weak. Just the majority that will come into your aura trying to get their paws in you are. Most men will fuck you if you give them the opportunity, honey. There ain't nothing special about me. There ain't nothing special about you. I mean, when it comes to the outside, most men, given the opportunity, will fuck you. And that's the truth. Stop giving yourself to fucking losers. You're better than that. I don't know why they blocked that comment, Wissy. Yeah, yeah. It's crazy to me, how I can recognize this behavior now, though. I'm so grateful for these experiences because it's made me grow so much. So much. People show you who they are. You just have to open your eyes and believe them. If this person was looking for a friend, a companion, a wife, the first phone conversation wouldn't have been about his ex, honey. He's trying to fill a void, he probably is still hung up on her. He's probably mad that she's a drug addict and abandoned him and his son. And now he's hung up looking to fill that void with somebody that reminds him of his ex. It's weird, but so many people do this. I saw a girl yesterday say, it was a street interviewer. He asked this young girl, he says, well, what do you do when you're really hung up on somebody and they break up with you and break your heart? She says, quote, I just go find somebody that looks like him. We need to check on her in 50 years and see where she's at. It's not going to end well. You know what I mean? If you're dating somebody solely based on looks, it's doomed to start. Let me tell you why. Because you went into that endeavor with dirty ass hands. You can't go into anything in life with dirty ass hands, which is nefarious bullshit. You're being led by your own self-want, your own, what you think you need. You're being led by your own selfish want. Viewing someone based off of looks and going after them for the intention of sex is evil and nefarious. Because the only way we should be having sex is if we are married under the bond of God. You know what I mean? So you went into this endeavor thinking that this ex-stripper was like your last stripper. And you were trying to manipulate and con your way into my life. And it didn't work. It didn't work. And then when I blocked you, you sent me some more money when I got a job telling me to go buy some work clothes. Well, then my phone kicks the fucking bucket. So I had to spend that on a phone. The only reason he sent me money after I blocked him was for him to still have presence in my life. If he still has presence in my life, then he might still have access to me someday in his mind. He wasn't sending me money to help me. He was sending me money to keep access to me. It's kind of crazy that people would use their money to try to harm me. But I've had so many people do that. Let's not forget that my own family kept me on drugs for 20 years so that they could sexually abuse me. It'd be your own fucking people. It'd be your own people. I wonder how many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars I did in drugs. Being given access to money so that I would comply on drugs. Because if I'm high on heroin, then I'm easily moldable. You know, I'm not confrontational. I'm docile because I'm high on heroin. It's a miracle I'm fucking alive. To walk away from that, to save myself, and then to not get any respect for that, fuck those people. Like, I don't know anybody. I've never met anybody that had the luxury of living in $1 million house with unlimited access to money who chose to get fucking clean. I've never met one. They all end up dead. Most millionaires that fucking get that hankering for the needle, honey, they find them dead in their fucking marble bathroom. My story is a fucking success story. And this year, we're going to start celebrating my successes because I'm sick of having great things happen and I can't even enjoy them. I chose to get clean. I chose to move into a car to save myself, to get off of drugs, and to get my shit together. And it's crazy that I get no damn respect for that. I don't know too many people that had access to money like I did and unlimited access to drugs that would have walked away from that. That is a fucking heroin addict's dream, fantasy. Wish I had enough heroin to last me a lifetime. I did, and I walked away from it to save myself, to get away from people that wanted to use money to control me. And then what happens? This weirdo comes out the woodworks trying to control me with money, and then he doesn't get what he wants from me, and then he starts to fucking try to destroy me. So everything I was talking about 2 years ago has done happened again. Y'all just get to see it in real time this time. It's sick. It's absolutely sick. All right, let's go for a walk. Where's the keys, Louise? Got a book bag. Like I said, if he wanted to help me, he would have damn let me open up my own business. I have a truck. This is a truck. This is Chevrolet. I went to school for horticulture, and I actually know how to do landscape design. And I could have started my own business. It was nothing to go get little cards made and damn roll around with my little trailer and my little damn riding lawnmower. I found one for less than damn $500. It was the wide long, like the nice wide lawnmower for less than $500. And then the guy said that he would throw in a trailer for like $700. So for less than $1,200, I could have started a business. Now, I would have needed some gas to get it off the ground, but like, if you want to help me, help me. It's just crazy because a narcissist will never do that, because then that means that I would have money to take care of myself, and he feels like I would not be able, then he's scared that I won't depend on him. Here's the thing, as I just said earlier, he would have fucking won the jackpot if he would have helped me in that way. But no, he wanted to dick me around and come to my channel and run his mouth. And it's crazy. It's like I talk about how fake people are, and the reason that I'm single is because no one is fucking loyal. And look at what just happened. Look at what just happened. Everything I talk about came true for everybody to see. It's crazy because I already knew he was going to be like that. The moment that we got on the phone back in like December or January, and he kept talking about his ex, I immediately knew that he was trying to find her in me. And here's the thing, she turned her back on her children over drugs. I've never done that. Never. The reason my kids are not with me has nothing to do with drugs. My son is not with me because I was being kidnapped and trafficked when he was born. That's around the time that my abuser, I was 16. I met his father when I was like 17 or 18, and we were together while my abuser was still abusing me. And you know, it's crazy because his whole family knew this, and nobody tried to save me. Nobody was there for me. Imagine being a 17, 18-year-old kid getting sexually abused by a 60-year-old man, and all of these adults know it, but not one person tries to help you. I have never done the shit that people have done to me. And no one's going to make me out to be the fucking bad guy. It's crazy. Some of them nurses too. Isn't that interesting? You would think that a nurse knows what sex trafficking is. You would think that a nurse knew that I was underage. But you know, it's crazy. It's crazy how people will not tell you the information that you need just to watch your life fall into shambles. There's so many people that will harm you through not disclosing certain information to you, hoping that the lack of information causes you to fail. You can be sex trafficked to just one person. Anytime a victim is being held and forcibly made to do drugs and then assaulted, that's sex trafficking. The moment that the drugs are introduced and the victim is repeatedly tortured through acts of sex, that makes it sex trafficking because they are conditioning a victim with drugs. So I don't care if that victim is 56 years old and she starts dating Frank down the fucking street, and Frank does drugs. Little does Becky know. And he starts giving her pills so that he can pass her off to his neighbor in exchange for money. That's sex trafficking. Victims of sex trafficking can be trafficked to one person or multiple people. See, the misconceptions, people don't even know what trafficking is, and that's sad. That's sad. They look at these girls or these boys that are strung out on drugs and they say, oh, she wanted to be a prostitute. No, you dumb fuck. No, she didn't. Now, some of them, these new age hookers, they love this shit. These OnlyFans models that are sleeping with everybody, they love this shit. I'm talking about bitches from my generation, the 80s, the 90s, women that I've met in the strip clubs that were forced into trafficking to pay off debts, to do whatever. Most people don't even have a general conception of what sex trafficking actually is. And maybe we can talk about that one day. But there's so many different lanes of sex trafficking. So many different lanes. From the internet, to clubs, to fucking strangers, to kidnappings, to drugs. There's so many different lanes of sex trafficking. Sex trafficking is not just one set in stone scenario. Children are being sex trafficked. Women are being sex trafficked. Men. Ugh. I'm the one doing the blocking. I'm the one doing the blocking. Like I said, this channel is going to be ran with respect and dignity. If you come here lying, you'll be blocked. You don't have to listen to it over here. You're an adult and you're supposed to act like it. I'm going to leave this. Look at that water, y'all. It's a little high. That's where the gators are. Maybe there's one under the truck that'll damn bite my leg off. Kill me dead. Dano the alligator. Y'all, I got too much sleep last night. Now I'm exhausted today. I slept for 10 hours. Ain't that crazy? It's so hot. I just got like a layer of sand. These shorts are way too big. I got a layer of sand in my shorts. Damn it. At me, he gonna have to wrestle my ass. I'm gonna be like that lady here that saved her dog. Damn, she was walking her dog too close. I love how the news report don't tell the truth. They said Florida woman was walking her dog. Her dog was attacked by a gator. No, let's start this off right. Florida woman was walking her dog too close to the water, and a gator come out and tried to eat her dog. There we go. I fixed it. Leave it to Brooke to be the real media. So, if you were walking down this road and you had an animal, why would you walk over here? You want your animal to get eaten, right? Yeah. Yeah, you do. You do. You do. You sure do. You want Spot to be dinner. I don't even walk on this side of the road half the time because gators. That's just the woods. You got to worry about, I guess, cougars over there or something, bobcats. Damn, y'all, I'm covered in sand. But yeah, and you know, her white ass probably had him on a leash. You know how white people, not all of them, but a lot of them are privileged here, you know. Clearly, if they own $1 million houses, they'll be walking right here on this bank. The water starts right there. A gator could come through here before you know it. Them little short legs actually move quite fast when they're hungry. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be anywhere near this water. You see where it starts? You would want to make sure you're
a good distance away. So you have time to react if something comes out of there. But you wouldn't even want to be walking a dog over here, in my opinion, because look. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a log. I thought it was a gator. Yeah, it's best to stay on the other side of the road if you have an animal. It is pretty, but damn. Look at the squirrel. Hello, Butter. Let's see if I can get closer. He's eating a nut. I like peanuts. Can I have one? He stopped eating. He sees me as soon as he stopped moving. I ain't gonna bother you. He's a baby squirrel too. He's so cute. I just wanted a picture. Thank you for your time. Oh, he's burying it. Oh, I'm gonna drink some of this water on him. He's so damn cute. I can't help it. I wish I could have one. So you guys, I finally figured out how to tell when it's a fake account. So listen to this. That last account that commented, I go to click on it, and usually there's a little ring that says channel activity. When it's a fake account, it does not say channel activity. It only, so when I click on you guys' names, like Wayne, when I click on your name, it says channel activity, add as a moderator, put user in timeout, or hide user on this channel. You get 4 options. When it's a fake account, one of those options is missing. That's crazy. Which is the channel activity. Like Thomas, when I just clicked on your name, it gives me channel activity, add as a moderator, put user in timeout, or hide user on this channel. When they say hey with the little fake waving hand, when I click on it, it doesn't even have the button for me to see the channel activity. So it's a fake account. Crazy. God stinks. What does that smell? I said I was going to drink some of this and I didn't. I think the water park's on. I might jump in the water, y'all. Seriously, it's hot. It's 100 degrees. If you're living out of a car, you better get comfortable out here in it. There ain't nowhere for you to go unless you got money to post up in Starbucks. You're going to have to use parks and recs to survive. Try to stay out of everybody's way, spread out. This is a beautiful park. The water park is open, but it's packed, so I'm not going to go over there. I'm going to go around. I got to go to the bathroom. They have no user history. Yeah, and it's always the high with the little waving hands that there's no channel activity at all. Like, I told y'all earlier about the waving hands like 2 days ago. Like, something's going on with that. It's weird. So weird. Look at all these picnic tables. They had a huge event out here for some elderly people. It was like all the rest homes come out to throw down one day. They had all these tents set up. They were selling food. It was pretty cool. But this whole place had nothing but old people. It was the old people's home. I said, Lord, I bet these old ladies excited to get out the home and find a new husband. Because it was all these senior living facilities out here. You know, they're the damn carriers of STDs too. You know, listen, 65 and above, the statistics are astronomical. They've shot up like, we went over it and I forgot. These old people are on a whole nother level, y'all. Yeah, it was crazy. Hold on one second. So the water park's open. That's cute. Hey, elderly people need love too, I guess. There's some adults out there.
How are you doing today?
Let me tell you something. You know the saddest part about being out here is to be able to, I guess it's just seeing people suffering and then knowing that they're not going to be here that long. That's the hardest part for me, is to look at somebody and be like, damn, well, their life is already half over. Hell, they put so many. I'll tell you in a second. Let me use the bathroom. I ain't really got freedom of speech right now. Y'all, every single one of those parents that's at the water park weighs over 250 pounds each. I'm not exaggerating this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 women, and all of them are over 250 pounds each. And they all have children, or they wouldn't be at the water park with their kids. I wonder if they know that they won't live to see their grandchildren being born. Maybe I say things the right way, but it comes from a place of love. I wish my grandmother and mother was still here. My grandmother had so many problems because of obesity, blood clots, high blood pressure, diabetes, arthritis. I mean, she had a list of 20 health ailments because of obesity. She was big pretty much her whole life after she had my mom. And it ultimately took her life. My uncle had a heart attack. He was obese. I was 11 years old. He was mentally challenged, and he wasn't challenged. He wasn't challenged at all. He was a fool. He was funny as fuck. Yeah, the state said, the psychiatrist said he was mental, but he was just special. It's just sad to walk by a playground like that and see all the mothers sitting on the ground not playing with their children because they physically can't. I know where it leads to because I don't have any family because of it. I have a contributing factor to their death. Excuse me if I get angry about it. It was all preventable. It's a beautiful day, y'all. Oh, look at the surfboards. Look at that little old Jeep. I love those. That's a good Jeep right there. I could even lay down flat in that one because they made them bigger back then than they do now. They don't make them that big anymore. It's nice. It's hot, y'all. I'm in Crocs. You can't swim out there because that's where the gators are. I can't say. YouTube is trying something new. They can take that crap on elsewhere. I don't play those games. Of course they are. Something that helps them and not the damn creators. Typical YouTube BS, right? Alright. Y'all, it's 100 degrees. I think we did them all. Hold on. I didn't even have my watch going. Dang it.
can't be out here too much today. I already got sunshine yesterday and I'm burnt. So I'm actually like 30 pounds underweight right now from what I'm going to be in like 2 or 3 years. Oh, I weighed in last night. I'm at 127. So, yeah. I'm going to be up to 145, 150 muscle solid one day. I can't wait. When it's hot like today and I don't feel like working out, just getting out there and playing around is better than nothing. I did 3 or 4 sets of push-ups, which is really all you need. And 4 or 5 ab exercises with the butterfly kicks and the knee ups or whatever they're called. It's really all you need. I'll be sore tomorrow from that because I never train abs. Not consistently. That's what I really want to do because of my arms. If I've seen this massive results in my arms in just 18 months of focusing on that, then I know the rest of my body will do the same if I focus on it. You know? Oh no, I had a big rock. Today. Yeah, have y'all noticed that, have y'all noticed that some people, hold on, first of all, did you see that thing that went viral with, apparently, there was some kind of, it was either a TikTok filter, it was some kind of filter. You put it on your face through the phone, and it makes you look like you got Down syndrome. And so all of these fitness influencers were acting like they had Down syndrome to get views. First of all, if you're asking why would that get you more views, let me tell you, there's a bunch of perverts out here that dream of messing with disabled people. Just when you think society can't get any more disgusting, honey, you find out shit you never wish you knew. So these girls were using this face filter that makes you look like you have Down syndrome to make OnlyFans content, fitness content, pretty much all of this content. And they were making themselves look disabled through this app. It would distort your face like you had an extra chromosome, okay? I don't know if it was TikTok, if it was Snapchat. I don't know where this filter was. But of course the company apologized. I just think that any girl that used that ought to have her platform disabled permanently. So you're going to aid and abet perverts? You're going to lure perverts by behaving like this? It's disturbing. It's disgusting. So there's a girl that I followed, and she is disabled. Her sister is a fitness instructor. If somebody knows her name, please drop it in the comments. They work out together. Their channel blew up last year. I started watching them when they didn't even have 1,000 followers. And it was a small shift from the sister. She started the channel. And then somewhere along the line, she posted a workout video with her sister that's disabled. She has Downs. She's handicapable, honey. That ain't handicapped, that's handicapable. You better off than the rest of us, honey. I wish I had an extra chromosome. Seriously. Oh, if you know, you know, honey. Ain't nothing holding them back. Nothing. So, somewhere along the line, she posted a video of her working out with her disabled sister. Got 50,000, 100,000 views. And that's when you see the shift from this girl doing her own channel to showcasing her sister's disability and them working out together, and how this
this extra chromosome doesn't mean that her sister can't have an active lifestyle. So it's really a beautiful page, okay? Well, because of this, in my opinion, this probably had something to do with this filter even being made. Who would go out of the... It's not something to be ashamed of, but at the same time, it's not something to make fun of. It's wrong. It's wrong. And then to know that this filter makes you look like you have an extra chromosome. Then to know that men were following girls under the guise that these women were disabled mentally. That adds a whole perverse layer of WTF in my mind. How low can you go? As low as they can, honey. As low as you let them. As low as you let them. How low can they go? As low as you'll let them. I mean... because it's getting sick out here. It really is. And what is wrong with these young girls? Did not one of them young girls that use the filter, did they not have a mechanism in their brain, you know, like their conscience, that says maybe I shouldn't pretend that I've got Downs? Whatever happened? Are they not birthed with a conscience anymore? Is that sold separately? Are parents skipping out on the conscience part? It's like, oh shit, I had to buy diapers and formula in this economy. We can't get them a conscience. The fuck is going on out here? Well, I mean, you know, let me tell you what, because I already know. When you got parents like Denise Richards, y'all know who I'm talking about. When you got parents like that pimping out their children on OnlyFans, because she absolutely is. And then you got people like, oh God, what's the Phillips girl's name? Lily Phillips. You got parents like that promote this degeneracy and pimp their children out. Is it any surprise that the children are now pimping themselves out? And I mean, at the lowest form that you can go. Listen, we might talk about people being slow or people being mildly retarded, but what we won't do is be over here acting like we suffer from some kind of mental ailment just to get views. You know, that's like, it's one thing to laugh and hee-haw all in good fun, because like I said, people with extra chromosomes, they're really wonderful people, man. They really got blessed. Like, you know, yeah, a lot of those people will never be able to live on their own, but a lot of them do. A lot of them do. You'd be surprised. There's people that, I'm okay. It looks like you've taken a hard fall. Girl, my whole life has imploded. Like, it's imploded. I did not fall. My life is imploded. She's so funny. I fell a long time ago, girl. I fell at the beginning of COVID, honey. And you ain't never checked on me until today. And I didn't even fall. Girl, my life has combusted. It is a barn fire. It looks like you fell. All this money and she couldn't have checked on me like, I don't know, 2 years ago. Oh, I need water and air. Y'all, it's 100 degrees. My literal nose is running from the heat. Oh, where's the keys? It's so hot. It's getting hot in here. So call 911. See that damn the Middle East gave us a plane? We needed that plane! We need that plane! Have y'all seen Air Force One's plane? The damn thing looks like it should have been buried with Reagan, honey. We need that damn plane. Be grateful. Somebody gives you a gift, you say thank you. And you go pay taxes on that shit. Like, what is wrong with people? We were gifted a plane
multi-million-dollar plane. I know. Fuck that. I'm gonna die. Seriously, I'm gonna fucking have a stroke out here. It's so hot. Where's this plane come from? Qatar? Where did we get a plane from? The history of flight. Who gifted the U.S. a plane this past week? They know exactly what I'm looking for. They be playing games. Qatar? How do you say it? Is it Qatar? I think it's pronounced Qatar, right? It's Qatar. Gifted the U.S. a Boeing 747-8 aircraft this past week, intended for use as Air Force One. So Donald Trump went to go meet with the leaders of Syria, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and we were gifted a plane. Which, first of all, let me just be clear. These people love him. These people know that he's going to make them money, and we're going to help each other make money. This is how it should be. This has not been going on for 5 years. What Donald Trump is doing is his fucking job. I know, a lot of y'all have not seen anybody do their fucking job in 5 years. So it's shocking. Everybody's grabbing their pearls. Oh my God. Donald Trump is doing his job. What are we gonna do? Oh, it's crazy. So he's doing his fucking job, and because of that, Qatar gifted us, basically it was Turkey, I can say that, Turkey gifted us a 747 that they want us to use as, Obama was the start of the downfall, honey. Obama has been one of the worst presidents we've ever had in our nation's history. Joe Biden hasn't beat by far, but it started with Obama. His policies led to the absolute destruction of our country. Obama is by far, Obama started DEI. Wasn't he president because he was black? So this 747 Boeing is a $400 million plane. And you know that they're going to search it over and make sure there's not like, honey, they'll probably be pulling the damn engine out the damn engine block trying to make sure that this plane is not tapped or bugged or whatever. Sure. You know, it's so crazy that you said that, Nick Nack, because there's actually a flow chart of when the divide actually started. And it was under Obama. You can see this flow chart of racism in the United States. You can see that it was normal. There wasn't anything massive going on. But after Obama went into office, that scale shoots all the way up, and it's still going up. They created the divide. The Obama administration created the divide in this country when it comes to race. It's despicable. And people fell for it. Specifically, black community fell for it hook, line, and sinker. The Obama administration told these people that all the white people was running the country, and they fell for it. Where's my money? Where's my fucking white privilege? I'm living out of a car and I just got fired. Where's my white privilege? It's so crazy because it's not a race problem, it's a poverty problem. You can be any color and be poor, honey. That actually makes us one and the same. Black or white. I know you hate it. I know you don't want to be a white girl. I wouldn't mind being a black girl. You know what I mean? That's what sets us apart. They don't even realize we're part of the same fucking community. They just see white skin and say, oh, she's never been through nothing. No, bitch, I've been through more than you, and we're from the same fucking community. Skin color don't mean shit. Oh, it's hell. It's absolute hell. We all poor. It's just what level of poor. Can I buy gas and food today poor, or am I going to a food bank poor? I mean, it's just different levels of poor. Is that it? I want to see a picture of it. So apparently this is one of the biggest foreign gifts that our nation has ever received. $400 million, that plane. That plane is worth $400 million, which makes it one of the largest gifts ever given to us by a foreign country. So this is actually a pretty historical moment for us to be gifted this plane. The plane would then be donated to President Trump's presidential library when he leaves office. Shit. The plane that we currently have for Air Force One that the president travels on is a 40-year-old plane. What could go wrong? What happened? He left me. Leftists are stupid. You know, it's so funny that they don't have a problem with Biden taking money from shady business deals from China and everywhere else in the world. We caught him red-handed with his names on checks doing shady foreign business deals, but then we're gifted a plane that's actually going to help the president. Is it $400 million plane? It's a resource for us right now, and they want to say it's a bribe, when we actually caught pretty much everybody on the left during the Biden administration taking bribes. Ain't it funny? It's the pot calling the kettle black. They're projecting because they know that their own are crooked. So funny. They're crooked. Both sides are crooked, but you don't know what I mean. Yeah, so we were gifted the plane. I wonder what he did in the Middle East. Yeah, most people that get food stamps don't need them. They abuse them. The majority. And they've been on them for decades. And I'm sick of it because I need food stamps. I don't even get them anymore. I need food stamps and I don't have them. I don't even have water today. I have no money to buy water. I have 2 bottles on the back of the truck and 2 bottles in here. So I have 4 bottles of water. The food stamps is made for someone like me, in my exact position. Someone enrolled in school, someone looking for work, someone trying. There was a mother on TikTok who was getting over $4,000 a month in food stamps. And guess what she did? She had a TikTok account. She went and bought her a brand new 2025 BMW. And then when her food stamps got cut off, she started crying on TikTok. Do you know how many children you would have to get $4,000 a month in food stamps? Living in a raggedy motherfucking house, too. Instead of getting a better house for your kids to live in a better condition and have more space, you go and buy a fucking BMW. So I agree with him cutting off a lot of food stamps. Because most people that I've come in contact with abuse the system, not used it to get a leg up in society like I fucking need right now. Y'all don't get it. Some of y'all don't get it at all. If I did get food stamps, I would deserve every fucking penny because I'm out here doing what's necessary to get a leg up in life and help myself. The majority of people that get food stamps are not even trying to help themselves or their children. They just put more Debbie cakes and soda in the fucking cart to kill their children. And teach them behavioral patterns that they'll carry later into life so that they end up on fucking disability because their ass is so big, they're having health complications. See, y'all don't know, some of y'all don't know the realities of the real world that I'm speaking right now. This is everything I talk about is statistically backed. Everything. It's time to wake up. Food stamps are a temporary thing. A year, 2 years, till you get out of school, till your kid beats cancer, and you can go back to work. The majority abuses it. They've never even looked for work. They've never even worked a job. That's the reality. Fact check me. And while you're at it, when you find out that most of these people are not working and they're not trying to work, and they have multiple streams of revenue that were designed to be a resource for people who are actually trying, go ahead and look at how many of those people are actually morbidly obese and overweight as well. Look up those statistics. EBT and obesity. It will shock you. It will shock you. Imagine growing yourself into 500 pounds living off of government assistance for 20 years. No one's going to gaslight me into thinking that I'm the fucking problem. I know where the problems are. I talk about them every day. Every day. No more soda. I saw that. Good. No soda, no candy. Milk, produce, dairy, frozen stuff like pizza maybe, vegetables, meats, rice, beans, canned goods, produce, whole foods. That's the only thing they should have ever been able to get. Over half of people on assistance are morbidly obese. So, over half. And we're pushing like 70%, homie. So, it's just a circle. It's just a circle of getting stamps and going home and eating. And watching TV. Watching their phone. It's just a circle. It's crazy. And then you got somebody like me who actually needs massive help. And they don't get it. They don't get it. Do y'all remember how hard it was for me to get food stamps in Winston-Salem? They didn't even want to help me. Remember when I walked in and there was over 400 illegal immigrants in there and I was the only white person? Probably the only one that was a citizen too. They didn't want to help me. I've had a social worker for 2 years. I've never even met her. She won't email me. She won't call me. I go in to see her. She's not available. That's how white people and black people get treated in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, because 67% of their funding was going to illegal immigration. Yep. Whole buggies full of boxes of Chips Ahoy and Nutter Butters and Oreos, and you'll look at them baskets and it's nothing but box chips, box soda, box cookies, box cake. No fruits, no vegetables, not a gallon of fucking milk. It's ridiculous. Not a gallon of milk. I was about to look up something and I forgot. Oh. What is RFK eliminating from EBT purchasing? And then brag about it on social media. Yeah. So it doesn't look like it's went through, but it looks like they're thinking about it. But it could have went through since April. Sugary drinks, including soda, are the leading source of added sugar in the American diet, contributing to obesity and heart disease. States can bar food benefit recipients from buying soda, Kennedy says. The health secretary announced the change in the SNAP food program in an appearance in West Virginia, which is also the first state to ban most artificial dyes in food. Leave it up to the mountain men to be like, absolutely not, take that shit out of our drink. Like, West Virginia, y'all. No, not West Virginia being fucking revolutionary out here. Let me die. That's the last place I would have thought they'd be like, hell yeah, we don't want our soda. Like, damn, that's hilarious. not West Virginians stepping up and saying you're poisoning our children with your... It causes neurological problems in children, those dyes. And if they have ADHD or any kind of behavioral issue, it's just going to get worse. And in my opinion, it probably has a lot to do with the autism. In my opinion, it might take 20 years to find that research, but in my opinion, our food, these dyes, this processed junk, we know that it causes mental health problems. We know that it causes physical problems. It's not far-fetched to think that it could cause problems in pregnancy with mothers who are consuming this trash. I need a new office chair. Congratulations on the new chair. Was it squeaky? I can't stand nothing that makes a noise. Y'all know how I get. It's part of CPTSD. If noises get on my nerves, imagine what being around other people that are trying to psychologically torture me does to me. Mr. Kennedy announced a change to the Federal Supplement Nutrition Assistance Program known as SNAP. Republican who recently signed legislation banning foods containing most artificial dyes and 2 preservatives. West Virginia was the first state to do so. Whether Mr. Kennedy has the legal authority to enact such a change, well, he did, bitch. He did. He clearly has the authority because he did it. The leftists are the ones that have a problem with this, which is comical because weren't they the health freaks? Weren't they the vegans? Save the animals? Save Picasso's painting? Oh no, they were trying to ruin Picasso's painting. Weren't the vegans the healthy ones? Why would the vegans want to leave these neurological affecting chemicals in our drinks? They just want something to be mad about. "15 other governors are talking about similar moves. Why don't you tell me which ones, Mr. Journalist? Which 15 states? You couldn't have put that in there? SNAP restrictions won't help anybody lose a single pound or save a single taxpayer dollar. Are you sure about that? Because cutting the benefits has already saved us money, you lying heathens. Let's see how much we saved. How much money did Donald Trump save by cutting EBT? $27 billion? Oh no, 300. Yeah, staggering 300 billion. Holy fuck. Do you know how many people it would take to consume $300 billion worth of food? Billion with a B. So they're going to cut $230 billion in cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the food stamp program that's long been one of the country's anti-poverty initiatives. Well, it ain't working. It didn't work. It made the problem worse. Now they're all damn obese and can't even physically fucking work. The annual outcome was even more devastating, with Republicans proposing a massive $300 billion in cuts over the next decade. We got to get people to a point where they want to contribute to society. It can't just be take. And a lot of these people, the majority just take. And maybe something needs to change. Maybe they need to, I don't know, make it mandatory for you to work to even receive food stamps. I don't know. Something needs to change though. because that's a lot of money. My phone's messing up. Hold on, I'm moving. So I'll get service. I'm going back to the beach. I need to eat. We'll go eat, and then we'll go back to the beach. Yeah, I told y'all, I know one girl who's lived on food stamps since she's 18 years old. She's got 2 or 3 kids. She ain't never worked a job. Never, not once. She's never had a job. She lives at home with her parents. And she has multiple kids that she collects benefits for from the system. Medicaid. I don't know what else. They probably pay for everything. When a mother is completely indigent like that, but she has a housing arrangement, then that mother is set for life. All she's got to do is make sure the kids go to school, and that's her life. We've got to get people to a position for them to be able to stand up on their own 2 feet and contribute to society. The food stamp system has created a society of lazy people. Lazy people. Now they want fucking all kinds of extra money. If I hear one more damn thing about reparations, why don't you go get your fucking reparations to the people that sold you? Because I have reason to believe that my ancestors were fucking slaves too. So why don't you go get the motherfucker that sold you reparations from them? I'm so sick of hearing about it. Fucking ignorant motherfuckers. You think you owed some money because of the melatonin in your fucking skin. The audacity of ignorance. My ancestors didn't fucking sell you. Neither did my ancestors' ancestors, and neither did I. To think that you're entitled to some money because in your eyes, you were born the wrong skin color. Yeah. See, people that respect themselves are not out here asking for reparations. Respectable black people, they know better than to be asking for some dumb shit like that because they're respectable members of society. You know what I mean? Only people that are ashamed of their race even get into shit like that. People that want to rep for Carmelo Anthony. People only rep for stuff like that because they're ashamed of who they are. They have self-hatred. Respectable members of society would never. They know the difference between right and wrong. I mean, for real. I bet money my ancestors were sold into slavery as well. I bet we're going to find out one day. Won't it be crazy if the ancestry test comes back that I come from a long list of slaves as well? I know that people in my family, I know that people in my family were, sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't hit that truck. Lord. Big old beautiful beach and y'all standing in a parking lot taking a picture. Only a bunch of 20-year-olds. Let's take a picture of all these cars behind us. You know you're 20. You know what I mean? And they'll 40 years and be like, why didn't we go to the beach to take the picture? Why are we standing in a parking lot? Only a bunch of 20-year-olds. You know they ain't got direction at that age. Yeah, so I don't, yeah. I don't even know what I got to eat. I think tuna. I'm not getting service. Oh, what a day. My phone working. It's so hot, y'all. God. So hot. I can't do this. My phone ain't gonna work right here. I gotta go. back of my legs are sweating so bad. Y'all, it's so hot. Okay, so I know how people can get their reparations now. You're going to need to take a DNA test to figure out where you originate from. And here, I'll tell you who you need to go see. Many different African tribes participated in the enslavement of their fellow Africans, particularly during the era of the Atlantic slave trade. Some tribes acted as intermediaries, raiding other groups and selling their captors to European slave traders. Other groups, like those in present-day Ghana and Nigeria, directly engaged in the trades themselves. So you're going to need to go find your tribe that sold you, and you can ask them for reparations. Because they sold you, your ancestors, to white people. It started Portuguese, not Portuguese, was it Portuguese? Portuguese, yes. It's just crazy because so the Bono State, the Ashanti, and the Yoruba, these groups were directly involved in the slave trade and sold enslaved people to the European traders. Something's in my eye. Damn it, there's sand everywhere. I'm getting annoyed. Well, white people were being enslaved at the same time. They were. Slave trade was all over the world. Most places had slave activity going on. It wasn't isolated just to black people. But, you know, they got a whole month because of it. The slave trade affected everyone across the world. It was not just black people being sold and traded and trafficked. It was all races from a multitude of countries. Fun fact. So some of your ancestors might have been sold, might have been a slave themselves, or might have owned slaves. It's the way of the world. It's just the way that the world was at the time. And let me blow your fucking mind. Let me blow your mind. What if I told you that the slave trade is actually worse today than it was 200-300 years ago? Because it is. It is. This is not an incident that is stopped. We have more people being sold, traded, and trafficked than ever before. So if you're so mad about it and you feel entitled to reparations, why don't you go out and do something about it? If it's people that are getting traded, trapped, and sold, let's see how many people are currently a slave. How many people are wrapped up in the slave industry in the world? An estimated 50 million people were living in modern day slavery on any given day in 2021. It's estimated that around 50 million people are currently trapped in slavery. There wasn't 50 million people back then, honey. Slavery throughout the world it's just... This includes forced labor, forced marriages, and other exploitative situations. The International Labor Organization estimates that 28 million people are forced labor and 22 million are forced marriage, which would be sex trafficking. A slave is a slave, just like a sin is a sin. It doesn't matter if they're using your back to build the fuck pyramid or if they're using your back for you to get fucked. A slave is a slave. And that damage is irreversible. And these people have souls. So all you people that are pissed about your ancestors being sold, as mine were probably too, because I come from a long line of poor people. All these people so upset, why don't you go do something about it? Because slavery still exists, much worse than it ever did in the United States, around the world, honey. I can't wait for the DNA test. I really can't. I will fucking die if it comes back that I come from like a long line of damn poor people who had bad luck their whole life. I'll be like, yes, this is my family. They left me the legacy, baby, and I lived it on through all my hardships, you know. Let me find out my great-great-great-grandfather fought in 2 wars and then was taken out by his new wife with poison, and then and then she was hit by a train after trying to rob her 5th husband. You know, I'm gonna be like, yeah, this is fitting. This is my family. Yeah, that absolutely happened. And then I'll find out that my great-great-great-grandmother won the lottery, and the first Wright brothers plane fell out of the sky and killed her. It'll be all of these unfortunate events. There you go. That took out all my relatives. How fitting. I can't wait. 40 acres. Is that my dowry? Is that what you're willing to give for my hand in marriage? Because at this point, I'm willing to accept. I'll take the goat and the 40 acres. I'll take the goat. And Irish were the first slaves in the U.S. I didn't know that. Is the goat and the 40 acres still on the table? Oh, God, that's funny. So, 1 out of every 100 people in the world are enslaved right now. 1 out of nearly... Hold on. An estimated 50 million people were living in modern-day slavery on any given day in 2021. And you can best believe, because people in the world. Modern is hidden in plain sight and is deeply intertwined with life in every corner of the world. It's sick. It's sick. The reality is that when we did have God in this country, that's what made this country one of the best countries on earth was because we had law, order, respect, and loyalty in this country. We don't have those things anymore. It's almost like this country is borderline third world, morally, ethically. In third world countries, they don't have the same moral standards that we have. The sex trafficking in third world countries is unbelievable. Women will be held captive and made to have children that are birthed just for the purpose of sex trafficking. And this will happen through multiple generations. It'll start with the grandmother and it'll trickle down 4 generations. People do not understand the realities of outside of these states. It's really sad. Modern day slavery encompasses many forms of slavery, including human trafficking and people being born into slavery. Picking up houses as cooks, cleaners, or nannies. Victims of modern slavery might face violence or threats, be forced into inescapable debt, or have their passport taken away and face being threatened with deportation. Many people have fallen into this trap because they were trying to escape poverty or insecurity to improve their lives and support their families. Now they can't leave. This sounds like an abusive relationship. You know what kind specifically? A financially abusive one. So funny how these things just fall in my lap and they all tie together. So what's the difference between having to rely on a person that is psychologically torturing you for their own pleasure and paying your bills? What's the difference in being a slave to one person than a slave to multiple? You're still a slave. You're still stuck. You're still isolated. You're still getting abused, having more trauma implemented upon you. I don't have a soul. I'm a ginger. No, I'm joking. I got tons of souls. Look at all my freckles. Those are all souls they say I've stolen. Or angel kisses. I don't know. That's so funny. There's no difference in a woman or a man that's trapped into a financially, mentally, sexually abusive relationship than a person around the world being forced to work in a fucking sweatshop for fucking pennies. A slave is a slave. A person being victimized and having their livelihood held against them, or the threat of their livelihood disappearing, it still makes them a slave. So whether we're talking about a woman or a man trapped in a horrible marriage or someone across the world, I mean, to me, when you don't have the financial means to up and leave from that situation, you're a narcissist slave. It does something to your soul to allow people to mistreat you in that capacity over and over and over. And like I said, narcissists, just like traffickers, just like these people that sell slaves, they use these people's situation against them to control them, to manipulate them, to get them to work or do what they want. And do you think that the slave sellers don't know that these people are already down on their luck? It goes back to what I say, like, guys will come out of the woodworks wanting to take care of a pretty girl just to gain access to her, knowing good and well that she comes from a horrible upbringing, which means that he has a better chance of getting the outcome he wants if she's already from a broken home and poverty. And the same thing, many of these people have fallen into a trap of slavery because they were trying to escape poverty or insecurity. You think that the traffickers of these slaves don't realize that these people are already down on their fucking luck? No, they know. That's why they chose them to fucking sell as a slave. How they gonna change it? What they gonna do? They gonna hire an attorney? Go to the courthouse? People who grow up in poverty and have already come from a broken home disproportionately get trapped into horrible situations because people are out here knowing that that person come from a horrible upbringing, and they use it against the victim over and over to re-victimize the victim. It's crazy. 49.6 million people live in modern day slavery and forced labors and marriages. Roughly a quarter of all victims are children. 22 million people have been forced into marriages. And let me tell you something about a forced marriage. I know some of y'all are probably like, oh, well, at least she had all her. No, bitch, no. Subjected to torture, psychological torture, rape. These women can't say no. If they say no, the beating's even worse. And the whole time, they're stuck there with children. Like, people have such a narrow mind. Most people would be like, oh, you should just leave. What? All 6 of her children and no money?